Welcome back to East Conference 2021 Homecoming. It's day 2 here on the main stage, and I'm California Burmester, friend of East and alumni from Jonesboro High School, class of 2015.
And I'm Conrad Murray, friend of East and East alumni from Berryville High School, class of 2017. Thanks for joining us, everyone, from the conference platform, conference website, Facebook, and YouTube. We want to take some time this morning to review the sessions coming up on the main stage and take you down East Con memory lane with some East Conference throwbacks and facts videos.
We'll spend a good portion of our day hanging out in the 2021 Founders Award winners. At 10:30, we have Mountain Home Career Academies. You know, when I was in East, we just went to schools, and now they get to go to career academies. So fancy. The second education session will feature the students of Sonora Middle School at 11:45. They are no stranger to the main stage. They are previous Founders Award recipients. And to close out the student portion of the main stage attractions for the day is another previous Founders winner, Harrisburg Middle School at 1 p.m. All 3 of our Founders winners will share examples of student growth and engagement, project innovation and sophistication, and community and collaboration. So grab one of those First Security teal-colored pens from the experience box and jot down some notes.
The final education session of the day will be Our East, Perspectives of East Staff with Matt Dozier, Melanie Ridlin, and Jerry Prince at 2:15. These long-term members of East will share their experiences, challenges, and visions. They have a combined 50-plus years of working at East. Matt has done it all. Well, sorta. Jerry has broken more than his share, and Melanie keeps it all bandaged together. We thought it would be fun to give them the mic and take the script.
Since it is #Throwback Thursday, we thought we'd take this trip down East Con memory lane with you all to see the evolution of East. Here's a video segment from Future East produced by the Arkansas Department of Education and Angela Van Zant in East's early years explaining East's origin and purpose. Take a look.
Bill Gates says that America's high schools are obsolete. By obsolete, I don't just mean that our high schools are broken, flawed, and underfunded. By obsolete, I mean that our high schools, even though they're working exactly as designed, cannot teach our kids what they need to know today. This isn't an accident or a flaw in the system. It is the system. How do we bridge the gap between the past to the future? Perhaps with this simple little bridge. If out of chaos comes organization and stability, perhaps we should examine what happened here in the year 1995. It's only natural that educational reform would occur in Arkansas, the natural state, in a tiny town called Greenbrier. Tim Stevenson, a retired policeman turned educator, was thrown into a difficult classroom, teaching 20 at-risk students. He was driven to find a new way to help them reach their potential. Amazing things occurred here as he implemented a new strategy. Stevenson developed a program based on student-centered, project-based learning because of this exact bridge. The class saw a need for the bridge to help students over this small stream, and a sense of community was born. The traditional classroom was not working for these students. Building the bridge became an activity where the students could work together as a team accomplishing a goal. Out of this experience, the East Initiative was created. It became evident that computers and technology were an excellent way for the students to have the hands-on educational experience they needed to complete the project. Stevenson knew that William Kilpatrick was right when he said, "We learn what we live." The students learned to research their projects, take on personal responsibilities, and manipulate software applications in innovative ways. Mr. Stevenson took a hands-off approach during the bridge building project because he remembered Kilpatrick saying, "As teachers, we must make ourselves progressively useless." Stevenson became their guide, their facilitator, their cheerleader. East students learned more relevant skill sets stressing understanding, collaboration, and a team approach to problem solving.
It is important to play well with others.
In The World is Flat, Thomas Friedman says that the first and most important ability one can develop in a flat world is the ability to learn how to learn, to constantly absorb and teach oneself new ways of doing old things or new ways of doing new things. Friedman also says, IQ, intelligence quotient, still matters, but curiosity quotient and passion quotient matter even more. Passionate kids are self-educators and self-motivators. No one works harder than a curious kid. East classroom results have been nothing short of miraculous. East students today are self-starters, team players, technologically advanced, community-oriented, and confident with off-the-chart self-esteem. The East Initiative has progressed to include project-based learning in animation, computer-aided design, engineering design, visualization, database design, and web page design, and even geographic information systems. In 2004, East students in California won first place in an applications contest sponsored by Geospatial Solutions magazine, winning over entries from big corporations, universities, and government entities. We have come a long way since the time Lewis and Clark first mapped out the point dividing the East from the West in the year 1815. Today, we are clearly headed east.
What started in one school in north central Arkansas has grown to include schools across the country. What started in one high school has expanded down into the elementary and middle grades and up into the post-secondary world. But what started in school has grown to encompass a true understanding of how to engage students in their communities. East is growing into a true engagement between the learner of all ages, the world around them, and their future. Not just their future today, but the future that it stands far in the distance. East is an opportunity for all students and for all learners to begin to take advantage of the incredible world around them.
When we look at East from the perspective of the 21st century, it's more than a direction. It's an organization that's built around children doing amazing projects inside their communities. And these projects often involve technology. They can range anywhere from map making to film making and to building new community centers or taking a look at the history of people who live in their area. Absolutely amazing projects that are done by these children all over the United States. But the most important part about East isn't the projects that the children are doing, it's the skills that they're developing. Skills they will need for their life in a very dynamic future. From the very beginning, they start out collaborating with each other, working in teams, identifying challenges and problems that they can address, going out and seeking support for the solution of these problems, and then actually implementing things, crafting things that are going to make a difference in their communities and ultimately a difference in the world. And because of the technological component of East, children, once they go through this program, have more than just a passing awareness of these tools.
Thomas Friedman says, in a world upended by outsourcing, deluged with data, and choked with choices, the abilities that matter most are now closer in spirit to the specialties of the right hemisphere: artistry, empathy, seeing the big picture, and pursuing the transcendent.
MFA is now the new MBA.
East students demonstrate their expertise at collaboration with the My Community Project, a film team comprised of student, government, and business leaders. They produce films about important Arkansas stories.
Aircrafts dominated the skies on the morning of December 7th, 1941. The inhabitants of Hawaii slowly awakened to their Sunday morning call. Never would they suspect that forever their nation's history would be changed.
East students gained worldwide attention with their documentary film on Japanese-American internment camps in the United States during World War II.
December 7th, 1941.
East students at this elementary school in Little Rock obtained $80,000 in grants from area businesses and $2,500 in community donations to build a brand new playground, with 275 volunteers clocking over 2,500 hours of volunteer service. Our teachers-turned facilitators are pleased with their new roles. Ongoing training is provided throughout the year. Training camps for students designed to teach specific skills and advanced applications are held continually at East Initiative headquarters in Little Rock. The annual East Conference is held to ensure the magic of East is spread and celebrated worldwide. East has moved into the college sector with the University of Arkansas at Little Rock's creation of the East Scholars Program, which endows a competitive scholarship for incoming East students. More good press. East is named a world-class model in a follow-up feature by Converge magazine. East is supported by a national board of directors and has become a charitable nonprofit organization. How successful has East been? Metis, a premier educational research firm in New York City, was hired to answer just such a question. Check out this website for up-to-the-minute data. In 2001, East was recognized as an outstanding educational effort at the International Global Junior Challenge Exposition in Rome, Italy.
Deep literacy does make global sense.
East was named an innovative initiative by the United States Department of Labor and a model program by the International Center for Leadership in Education at its 9th Annual Model Schools Conference. The United States Department of Education also named East as a model program in the initiative toward a new golden age in American education. Many golden careers had their origins with East. Members of the East Alumni Association remember their past began with their East experience.
Hi, my name's RJ Martino. I started with the East program in 1998. I got a letter from a teacher that said that a new class was available called the East program. I was told about it and I was interested in the neat technology. I thought it was just going to be another classroom that you walked in and there's going to be a lot of technology. I was pleasantly surprised whenever I realized how it was not a traditional classroom at all. Teachers were more as motivators and the students really drove their own path. While I was there, I learned some of the latest technologies, great collaboration skills, and great communication skills that I went on to use as my first job whenever I was 17 as a network administrator for a local ad agency. While in college in 2001, I started a company called iProv. iProv delivers IT services, custom solutions to businesses throughout Arkansas. We have over 100 clients and continue to deliver unique solutions for every problem available.
My lifelong learning process began my 9th grade year in high school at Mena High School, when I was introduced into this thing that we call the East Initiative. At first, I really wasn't for sure what I'd got into, but I quickly found out the East Initiative is not your typical classroom, not a computer lab, nor a technology lab, but it's really a professional learning environment where students come in, are motivated to work on community service-based learning projects, and then they're equipped with the tools, the technologies, the resources to go out and complete significant community service-based projects. I like East because it equips students and it engages students within the community. After high school, I attended the University of Arkansas at Little Rock as an East Scholar. Well, I was able to further my East learning experience by working on community service projects and also incorporating what I learned in East into my studies at the university.
When I began in East, I learned many skills that I would later use throughout my career. I began in East using GIS, and I went to school to be a geography major. Halfway through my college career, I realized that geography was not for me. What I really wanted to be was a teacher, so that I could take the skills that I had learned in East and the experiences that I had in East and give that opportunity that I had to other students.
When we started East class that first day, the very first year it all began, little did we know we were beginning a legacy. All the skills that I learned in East were very functional, and I knew I'd use them at some point, but when I showed up to college and had a job waiting for me because of the contacts I'd made, I never dreamed how much East would help me already.
So now that we know what East is about, let's look at some footage from previous conferences explaining what is East Conference.
These guys are capable of doing far more than what we give them credit for. And given the right expectation and given the right opportunity, they will rise to the occasion. And this is proof of that.
For students, hold on with both hands This is going to be a ride like you've never been on, because you're going to be pushed, you're going to be pulled, you're going to be pushed, you're going to be pulled. Hold on with both hands. Push. Pull. Push. Hold on with both hands. You're going to be pulled.
Being at East Conference, it's amazing to see this amount of, over 2,500 kids bring what essentially used to be what looks like a science fair project into something that is totally applicable and real world in full context. It's just amazing.
You have to marry your vision with your passion, because when you marry the two, that's when you get action.
You give students the opportunity and the expectation to get involved in the real world right now.
That's what we have here tonight. The best. You are the best. Just remember how important you are. Remember what you're doing is important, that you can have an impact. You can make a difference. You can make a difference.
What's so special about East is you start growing so early.
So having her as an East facilitator is kind of like having a second mom.
I don't know of anywhere else I could reach my kids the way that I do, except in this program.
East has definitely made me feel like I'm a part of an extended family.
Through East, through 47 minutes a day, creating and allowing to be himself, he's found something that he likes, and at least for this year, he's found a reason to go to school and something that he enjoys.
East is one of those things where it has brought me closer to friends and community partners and just the people around me.
So East is like my second family. It teaches me compassion and dealing with others, even in hardships.
East is a community of hard workers that use their passions to help the community. With a family like East behind you, you can change the world.
East es parte de mí y nunca cambiaré a mi familia de East. No solo he creado una familia, sino hemos creado algo especial en nuestra comunidad y escuela.
East is a door to new possibilities. It brings out the you in you.
Before I joined East, I was a fairly introverted child. I honestly didn't have too many friends. The two people that I presented in front of the East board with to get an East program at our middle school have become some of my closest friends.
The second that I met her, I realized that this girl from Little Rock, Arkansas is living in this city. And at that point in time, I realized that, East was family and that Matt's family was mine, and that this was going to be a partnership beyond just this VR or these programs.
He cared about us. He cared about what we did. He believed in us. He would always say, go do something great.
Guys, this whole business of a conference began out of an idea that you guys were far more capable than most people thought possible.
I look at that and think, wow, look at all we've done in 25 years. Then I get excited and think, but we've only been here 25 years. We have so much more to innovate. Let's take a look at some milestones East has achieved thus far.
Thank you for joining us as we travel down EastCom memory lane. And as we get ready to transition to our first educational session, here's a little dance break music. Our first educational session will begin in a few minutes.
Welcome to the education session with Founders winner, Mountain Home Career Academies. They will share examples of student growth and engagement, project innovation and sophistication, and community and collaboration. We encourage you to engage during the session using whatever tools are available on your chosen platform. Attendees watching from Facebook or Juno can use emojis and the chat to connect to the content and other viewers. Questions can also be submitted in the Q&A tab on Juno or through the chat on Facebook. Use the upvote or like button to push questions you like to the top of the list. After you watch the session, please don't forget to fill out the survey. We will share a link in the chat. The session will begin shortly. Thank you for joining us.
Good morning, everyone. I am April Jackson, Communications Coordinator at East, and welcome to EastCon 21 and our first Founders presentation with Mountain Home Career Academies. Today, you'll be speaking with Lauren Dewey, Sophie Quick, Zachary Spalding, and their great facilitator, Ms. Danielle, about their journey to becoming a Founders winner. Lauren, take it away.
Okay, I'm actually going to start us off this morning. So good morning, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us. My name is Danny Pugsley, and I'm the facilitator here at Mountain Home High School Career Academies. And welcome to our presentation. So let's get started this morning. So again, my name is Danny Pugsley. Also on the screen, you will see where it says Mountain Home Area Chamber of Commerce President and CEO. That is actually a new change that has started this January 4th. So for the last 3 years, I've had the pleasure of being the high school East facilitator. And through all of the amazing partnerships and opportunities that East has provided me, the opening for the chamber came about and I applied, and lo and behold, I got it. So for the last few months, I've actually been working at the chamber and working remotely, virtually as the East facilitator. So it's been a great change. I'm really excited to see what the future holds. So again, today with me, I have Sophie Quick. Sophie is our event planning team leader. I have Zach, who is our co-leader for social media, and Lauren Dewey, who is our account director. And we're going to talk to you a little bit more about that here pretty soon. All three of them are seniors, so they will be leaving this year with me in May. But we've got some amazing students that are coming up, and we're excited to see what the future holds for them. So it wouldn't be homecoming without celebrating our past this morning. And to get us started, I am going to pass you guys over to Sophie Quick. And when I say pass, you're on a box and you're moving across the table.
So like she said, we can't start saying our present before we talk about our past. So back in 2018, when we all came to the program, we were all baby sophomores and had no idea what we were doing. And we were left with a program with a legacy. And they left us with some amazing projects that definitely established our community collaboration. So we had Big Little, which is a mentor project, which is with 6th and 7th graders, students, and the high school. And it's in partnership with the Schliemann Center for Women's Health. They also left us with the bus video, which is still today shown at bus trainings all over the state of Arkansas. And they also left us with the Secondhand Chance breakfast, and it still provides students here at the high school with an opportunity to get breakfast at 7:30. They definitely left us with a legacy, so we had some big shoes to fill. We also had a new facilitator, Miss Danielle Pugsley, and she had, like she said, she had taught chemistry and physics for her entire teaching career, and she just started out as the new East facilitator, so she had a complete program to reset. And like us, we were all brand new students here at the high school. We were very familiar with East, but we had not explored our opportunities of what we could possibly do, especially now being at the high school with a little bit of more freedom. And we are now in partnership with the Mountain Home Junior High, which there is a lot of students that did come down the hill from the junior high who had no idea what they were doing, and they needed to know their capabilities of East. And we definitely had a lot to learn. So I'm going to pass this on down.
And just some pictures in the meantime. So you'll see some of our Eastlings on the bottom. Lauren and Sophie and Zach have been in East for several years. What's really cool in the top middle picture, you'll see Devin. She was in East when she was in fourth and fifth grade. Now she's one of our junior high East students. So it's been really cool to see how these kids have continued for the last 8 years. That's how long East has been going on in Mountain Home. So it's been really cool to see them grow. So like she said, more pictures. And here's Lauren.
So continuing the work, we created some longstanding community partnerships. These were partnerships with Baxter Regional Medical Center, the local hospital here, and we started to create partnerships with their support houses. So we worked with the Pikes Cancer Support House on their events back in 2018, but we also worked with them this year for their 20th anniversary videos. We've worked with the Rappel Diabetes Learning Center on their Blue Out game. We've worked with the Sleeman Center. We've also worked with the Food Bank of North Central Arkansas, and that partnership started way back before even our time in High School East. And this past year, we've worked with them on their virtual grand opening for their new facility, which has been in the works since we started in East in 2018. We worked with them on their app that lets people have resources in our community to food. We also have worked with them with the temperature-controlled blessing boxes. We also started this year our partnership with the City of Mountain Home and the Chamber of Commerce and the mayor. And this was for the 2 yes votes for Mountain Home. This project was a bill that was recently passed to add a community center and money to help fix up the parks in Mountain Home. So we also started gaining confidence in our technical skills. These were skills like marketing, branding, videography, graphic design, even app development. We knew absolutely nothing when we came into East. We started from the bare minimum. So we started learning from YouTube videos, trainings, whatever we could get our hands on. We started talking to local professionals in our area about all of these different things to learn as much as we possibly could from them. And through our community partnerships, we gained professional skills. We learned how to talk to adults, which is really hard for some of us. We also learned how to communicate effectively with a client and give an interview. And then we perfected an agency approach in the classroom. So previous to us, before we were in East, the former teacher had a set of jobs that students could have. So there was a 3D printer manager and even a team building manager. So Ms. Pugsley revamped these jobs to create a more effective way for us to get work done, and also an effective approach to transitioning us into college and into the workplace to have real jobs that we could actually have in the real world. So I'm going to pass it off to Ms. Pugsley to talk some more about the agency approach.
All right, so agency approach. Where a lot of this stemmed from for me personally is I will never forget when I was at my first phase training I had Josh, I had Kelly and Brenda and Amy, and everybody was awesome. And the one thing that I heard was, you can't do East if you have a type A personality. And so there I am, type A science teacher freaking out. But Lauren is exactly right. When I came into this, I wanted to make sure that whatever we chose to do in East was something that could be applicable for them later on. So with the help of my husband, who is a marketing director, I started looking at other agencies. What were different jobs and positions that actually existed? I wanted the terminology and different things to be the same. The other situation that we have at East at Mountain Home is some of our class sizes are larger than others. And so as a new facilitator, when I came in, I realized that there were a lot of great projects that just simply weren't getting finished. And that was no fault of their own. Some of these projects were just massive undertakings, and there was only maybe 2 or 3 students working on it. So by going to the agency approach, it really allowed students to work together, whether they were in the same class period or not. And it gave them a sense of maybe what they want to do when they graduate. So for instance, account director. The account director this year is Lauren Dewey. This is the person that can run your East program if you weren't there. So when I left January 4th and went virtual, Lauren has stepped up to really take on that role of facilitator. We collaborate and we talk to each other daily, but it's been great to have her in that role. We also have people that help with content and copywriting, the creative developer, which is our IT group, event planning, graphic design, photography, videography, and our social media public relations. So they've really been able to focus and hone in on these professional skills that hopefully one day they'll use in a new job. So the other big thing that we use is Basecamp project management system. And this is what we really use whenever students are working in different classes. So we know that we can have different projects, we can have different teams, and they can upload their files, they can chat with each other, and it helps me, being the type A person that I am, keep up with what's getting done and what's not getting done. So taking a more direct approach and building that, I think, is definitely what has helped get us to being founders winners this year. For the 3 years we started off, like they said, we were all new to this. We had no idea what we were getting ourselves into. And now I feel like it took us 3 years, but we now have finally figured out what we're doing and what's going on. All right, so present day, I'm going to slide you down to Zach.
Usually when we talk about the present day, we usually have to jump into the past. So when it came to spring break of last year, we actually were told at the very beginning that EastCon was canceled. We were confused why, and we thought we were getting a 2-week spring break, but that actually ended up being a worldwide pandemic. And with that came the struggles of not being able to go one-on-one and face-to-face and basically talk to each other about projects. Mostly what East is community members and hands-on work and working as a team. And as soon as that hit, we went home, and when school came back virtually, we decided to jump on the boat. It was our last year and we had to get stuff done. So I would say around, June, we were talking about what we were going to do during the fall. We were planning, we were working during the summer, and we actually had to get creative. It was challenging for everybody, but it was a process that everyone had to go through. And I think that we went through it the best that we could. The only expectations we had were to make it the best year we possibly could. And this year has been the best year that I've ever had in East. When we got back, we didn't know if we were going back to school, and we didn't know if we were going to be going virtual or we were going to be face-to-face in the classroom. And we were blessed enough to go back to the classroom. And one of the issues that we faced was virtual students. With East, a lot of kids still didn't know what they wanted to do, if they wanted to stay home or if they wanted to, come to the school and face the dangers of social distancing and stuff like that. And with that came virtual students couldn't do what we could do when it came to hands-on stuff. So we had to figure out things when it came to the agency approach as well that they could do from home that could help us out with different projects. Everyone had a hand in East. And like she said, with the agency approach, every team, every project has something to do with that. And it was just efficient, no matter if you were staying at home or you were in the classroom. And another issue we faced was when Ms. Pugsley actually got the great opportunity to go to the Chamber of Commerce. We actually now had a virtual facilitator, and that became a thing where every student had to become a teacher in their own ways. And that meant helping out your peers with different situations and helping your peers out with projects, and especially when we absorbed the junior high program. We actually had all the junior high kids come down to the high school. So that meant more kids, more help, and more East projects to be done. There was a lot of restrictions going into the year, and we were really unsure what we were able to do, especially when it came to the community members. But we respected all of the rules when it came to social distancing, and we actually got 10 times more done than we have before because of it. And we actually have more and better opportunities because of it. We had a thing called Bomber News Network where we aired it once a week, and we highlighted the week for athletes, sports, basically a news network for the school to get involved in the community. And our facilitator, our principal, and our superintendent came up to us and asked if we could do the episodes daily. This is because kids from home don't know what's going on. Kids here need to get involved more. And it's just something that the community can watch and figure out what Mountain Home High School Career Academies is doing that day. And so that's something that we've had the chance of doing and improve on every day. And things like Baxter County Outside, we've encouraged people to go out there, and being stuck in a house is a bummer. Everyone's had to do it ever since this happened. And that project's really helped us get everybody outside and encourage everybody to go outside into the environment. So I'll be handing this off to, it's so efficient.
As we slide the box down. So more pictures. So you'll see we celebrated the East 25 years. You'll see some of our quarantine endeavors. We made sure that we included all of our virtual students. We have a floating iPad that roams around the room. That way our kids that are at home can continue to be a part of the conversations. And you also see a picture on here from our virtual grand opening event that we did for the Food Bank of North Central Arkansas. All right, so to talk about impact, we're going to slide one more time to Lauren.
Okay, so our impact. We've definitely had a lot of personal growth from 2018, from when we started in the program, from when we started in East. We've learned so much throughout our time in East. We've learned how to effectively brand. We've learned how to market. I've learned personally how to create a video from start to scratch. We've learned photography and graphic design and so many different things. It's actually led me to what I want to do in college. I'm going to major in marketing, and I believe Zach is too. So this will help us in the future. But most importantly, one of the biggest things that we have all grown to learn, we've all grown as team workers. So we've worked together as a team to create these projects, to work together to finish a task. And we've learned that teamwork is the most important skill. We have to work together or a project's not going to get done. So another impact that we have is our community recognition. So community members, especially this past year, have started reaching out to us. We have promoted and produced so many projects that people have started to see our work, and they see us and they know our name and they know the good work that we can do. And I believe that's a true partnership when the partner comes to you. And this past year, we are honored to be Founders Award winners and finalists for 5 competitions. And I just believe that this is just proving that the hard work pays off. So I'm going to pass it down to Ms. Pugsley.
Okay, so our advice to programs right now, especially if I know this year has been frustrating to a lot of people. As a facilitator, I see the Facebook feeds. I know I feel your pain and your struggles. Please don't give up. This was our 4th time to submit for Founders. And so like what was mentioned before is we were a legacy program. So before I came in as facilitator, I was an East parent. So I actually had the opportunity to attend East Conference 2 times before I even took over. And that last time, our East program was actually one of the Founders finalists that year. So my first year I came in, I was naive thinking, yeah, we're going to do this. We're going to win it this year. Great. And then our bubble was bursted. And then we tried again year 2 and the same thing. And then this year we had to decide, do we want to try again? And we did. What was crazy is I wasn't even on campus when they were working on that video. A week and a half before Founders was actually due, Lauren and Sophie were COVID quarantined, which is why you saw those pictures of them working outside of windows, because that's what it took. Everybody had their part and their role to play, and they wanted it this year. They wanted to show the world everything that they had been working on. So whatever you do, continue to advance and grow your projects. We had some partnerships going into it, but like Lauren said, when the community starts to see the work that you're producing, they want to be a part of it. So when the mayor approached us a year ago about the new resolutions to get a community center and parks improvement plan in Mountain Home, we helped with that project. We had to pause it because of COVID. He asked us back in January, do you want to get on board again? And we said, absolutely. So our program did all of the marketing materials, the video work for that project. And I'm so excited that we passed it by 47 votes. And I believe we are the first community in the state of Arkansas to pass something that major on the first try. And the mayor, everybody in our community will tell you firsthand, it's because of the work that these kids are doing. And also grow personally. I have grown so much too as their facilitator. I purposely told myself from day one, I was going to walk in and not learn how to use a lot of the software. I wanted to learn from my kids and let them do it on their own, which is exactly what's happened. And they have taught me more than I could have ever imagined in this program. So find something that you are passionate about, continue to grow, continue to find those new opportunities. Invest in those community partnerships. Find people in your community that want to work with you, that have that reputation in the community for being great people and great organizations. Latch onto that. And that's exactly what we've done with the hospital, with the food bank, with the city, with our school district. We found our biggest cheerleaders by continuing to go to those partnerships and build them year after year. And last but not least, don't give up. These kids are amazing. They could have quit at any time. I was nervous in January when I left and went remotely that we were done. But the three of them actually opted to intern with me at the Chamber of Commerce. So they started learning new ways to help the chamber. It showed me that they were truly passionate about East, that all these years and all this hard work that they've put into it, they weren't going to just quit and give up because I wasn't there. So I think if you build a strong program, your kids are going to rise to the occasion. So thank you guys so much for being a part of this today. We're excited to be able to share all of our success and our progress. This was not easy. This was something we've had a lot of trials and tribulations and a lot of tears shed over the years. But to know that we did it, it's been worth it. So thank you guys very much. So this is where we left off my first year or my last year as a parent when they were founders finalists. So 4 years later, we actually did it. So thank you. Miss April, do we have questions this morning?
All right, we do have a few questions that have come in for you guys. So let's look at them. You said you're showing a picture here where you guys were at conference the last time, and you had said that you guys had submitted multiple times prior to winning this year. In the 4 times that you had submitted prior to, what did you guys do different this time that you felt like made your application stand out for founders?
We honestly, I think, Lauren can, we stopped overthinking it.
Yes.
The first couple times we actually brought in a professional to come and tell us how to lay out our content and what we should do, how we should tell our story. And then what we realized, all the feedback that we were getting from East is content. So this year we just said, what do we have to lose? We're just going to roll with it. We have done a lot of things this year, so we want to try to cram in as much as we can. We're going to tell our story. They were literally recording B-roll and their audio clips from outside of windows. So it was just something that we stopped overthinking the process for sure.
And it was definitely independent. We took our projects from this year. We worked so hard this year. We quit relying on the projects before our time in East, and we started relying on our good projects that we have now.
Great question.
That's so awesome. Keep it simple. Don't overthink it. Trust your projects.
Absolutely. Yes.
Okay. Another question. Daniel, you said you were a parent prior to becoming a facilitator. Like, as a parent, what were your thoughts on East and how have they changed since you've become a facilitator?
When my daughter first joined East, I had no clue what it was. And then I was invited to a parent meeting and they told me, hey, we're going to take your kid to Hot Springs for the week. I'm like, no, you're not. So that's when I volunteered as a chaperone, and it blew my mind that first year, just everything that was going on in that convention center. And so I asked the next year, I said, I want to do this again. I never realized the amount of work that facilitators and kids actually do behind the scenes. That was the biggest eye opener for me, going from a parent just showing up at conference and seeing the end result. But when you're in the thick of it and you have to get yourself ready for that, totally different experience.
Okay, we've got another question over here for the team. What career paths do you hope that East will help you achieve?
So I've definitely found a passion for marketing through East, and I definitely I'm going to Arkansas State University in Jonesboro in the fall, and I am going to major in accounting and marketing, and hopefully one day own my own accounting firm and be able to market that.
And my new career is the Chamber of Commerce, which I really don't think would have even been possible if it weren't for East. Those community partnerships is definitely what has led me to take that next step in my career.
I'm going to switch it up against everyone else. I would like to go into the medical field, but East has taught me how to be able to publicly speak in front of people, how to have conversations with adults, which is something that most high school kids do not have to do at my age, which is extremely nerve-wracking at times. But East has given me so much confidence in myself personally too, along with learning different techniques on graphic design and different stuff. But I also have a passion for helping others, so I do want to go into the medical field.
So just like Sophie said, East has kind of laid a foundation for me when it came to marketing. And I actually think that I want to major in social media marketing. When I actually went to the chamber to help out Miss Pugs, I got to go onto their actual Instagram and Facebook and stuff. And I got to see the, help out with that and see the layout of what it can do and how much it helps out with stuff. So that's probably where I'm going to be going. So.
Very cool. Look, welcome to the world of communications there, Zach. Okay, we've got another question over here. Which project of yours would you consider the most significant?
That's a hard question.
I know which one I would choose. And that's just the community center project for them. Mm-hmm. Just the amount of work. I mean, this is a $36 million project. So being from Mountain Home, there's only 12,000 people. This community center and parks improvement plan really helps with the sustainability of our community. So sorry, I'm not overstepping here.
No, you're good.
So between the community center and then they're helping the food bank. So when COVID hit and we had a lot of hungry people in our community and the food bank was able to step up, they just opened a brand new facility right in the middle of town. It was a 3-year process. So knowing that these kids got to be a part of that and be a part of their grand opening and really show the community what resources are there, that's huge. You guys have any projects you want to add?
I would also like to tag along with that. I also agree that the 2 yes votes was something most recently, the most major impact that the project's made.
It's the first time something's been passed like that in the first try ever in Mountain Home. So it was a big accomplishment for the East program as a whole and the Chamber of Commerce as well. So.
Absolutely. And it's great to put on your resume when you can say you did the marketing for something.
Right.
So that's huge.
And I definitely think like our community partnerships with all of these people will continue on into more projects as they have in the past. So our partnership with the food bank has led to 3 individual projects just this year. And I definitely think that will happen with the chamber and the city of Mountain Home too.
Yeah, because they're also working on a book trail project with the city of Mountain Home. So that partnership with the mayor is just going to continue to grow.
You guys are walking, living, breathing parts of our mission, real life experience for our learners there. You guys are walking away with it. We've got another question over here. Was it more stressful this year being virtual, or was it more stressful in the past with prepping to submit for founders?
As a teacher, it was definitely more stressful. So we were very fortunate that we were able to go face to face. I was part of a Ready for Learning community with our superintendent before school even started. And we did so much legwork in the summer to make sure that our kids would stay in school the whole year. Honestly, I thought we'd be going home after 2 weeks. We have stayed in school this entire school year. But we also have a virtual academy, which means that we have several East students that are at home. So teaching students while they're in class, while they're virtual, and now I'm doing everything virtually. It was definitely stressful. I know with some of their community partners, not being able to go into all of the businesses, doing, just those restrictions that they were so used to being able to just come and go. And then all of a sudden, no one can even come on our campus. So everything that had to get done this year was done remotely. So not being able to use your own studio, your own lighting, everything had to pack up and go. But that was something that we started prepping for in the spring. When we knew that this wasn't going away, it was, okay, what can we start planning now for the fall if we do get sent home? So we invested in Mac Mini computers, podcasting, things that could be packed up and they could take. If we got sent home,
We had a go bag.
we had a go bag.
Yes.
And when she ended up with COVID, she had the Mac Mini, hooked it up to her TV, and she was editing the founder's video from her bedroom. But that was just, we all had our bags. We were packed because we knew when I got sent home for quarantine, it's like Monopoly, do not pass go. You have to go right then and there. So you have to grab what you can and take off. So that definitely was a little stressful this year for sure.
Go bag. I need to write that down. Have that in the. I had some things prepared, but I don't know that I had like a real life go bag. But we have a great tech support group here that helped us get everything together really quickly. So,
yeah, definitely have a packing list.
You guys mentioned staying connected with your partners. What advice would you give students who might be struggling to connect with partners?
You want to take this one?
I would say especially with our area, we found the most situations in our area that we felt that we needed to help, and reach out to those people, get involved in your community. Because like Ms. Pugsley said, they will be your biggest cheerleaders.
Anything else?
I've got something to add to that. Once you find your partners should start coming to you. Like the partnerships will happen eventually, I promise. Once you start producing work and creating products, people will start appreciating it and seeing it and saying, wow, kids can do that. Mountain Home East students did that. And they'll be like, wow, we would love for you to come do this for us. Creating new partnerships and advancing old ones too.
And then more importantly too, when these people do start to reach out with you, continue that communication, always follow up. And that's something that I tell them all the time, whether it's a phone call, an email, if it's been a few days since you've actually communicated with that client, pick up the phone. Sometimes they love to know that you haven't forgotten about them. And that's where Basecamp has really helped us with project management, because we can keep track of those to-dos. Who has kept in touch with this client? But again, once you find those people that are in your corner, don't let them go.
There you go. Follow up. It's building that relationship and making sure that they know that you're interested. And then like you guys are saying, then the rest of the partnerships will roll in when they see that the good work that you've done. So let's carry on with some more partner questions. Who haven't, you guys partnered with that you would like to partner with or see done in your community of Mountain Home?
Wow, that's a great question.
I think you gave us a tough one, April.
I definitely, a partnership I would like to rekindle is we had a drug task force in Mountain Home, and we still do have a drug task force. And due to COVID, they kind of slowed down and stopped, not necessarily working, but the partnership kind of slowed down because everyone is so worried about this pandemic and just staying in school. So I would love to rekindle that partnership and start up a new campaign, because we started a campaign spring 2019. It was a video campaign of the drug task force and showing kids what drugs can do to your life, but also what drugs, not doing drugs, can help you with.
Yeah, and we have the community resource directory that we have continued to do. So that part is still present to this day. So what she's actually talking about is a drug action team that was part of what we've called the Baxter County Forward Initiative. And it was in partnership with the City of Mountain Home, the Chamber of Commerce. They looked at our area, figured out what are the greatest needs. And what's really cool to me, especially now being in the chamber world, is I've seen that all of these different action teams have included East some way, somehow. And so another big one I just remember too is they built the website for the Highway 412 project. And so in the recent election, that was passed to hopefully get some money to make 412 4 lanes from Memphis to, I believe, Oklahoma, which would be great. Because if you've ever been to Mountain Home, Arkansas, we're kind of in the middle of nowhere. So I'm hoping for them in the spring, or we are in the spring, in the next few weeks when things hopefully start to loosen up a little bit, we're going to start to have some of those action team meetings. And I think it's going to be a great way, especially for our students that are still going to be here in the fall, knowing that I'm with the chamber now, I have great resources so I can start to get them more involved. So I'm pretty excited about that.
So
I think they're good.
Okay. You guys have mentioned, that some of you've been doing these internships with the chamber. You'll be transitioning into a full-time position with the chamber. Was the chamber skeptical about partnering with East when you guys first connected? Did they not fully understand what was going on? You had to give them the spiel?
Actually, I didn't have to because, like she said, the Baxter County Forward Initiative, I was a part of that. It started actually the fall of 2018, and a lot of the work was done in 2019. So they were seeing what East was doing through those video projects, through the website with Highway 412. Because it's a small community, a lot of people know about East and know what these kids. And honestly, East is what sold me to them. Was we don't always as a community have to pay a lot of money for videos and for social media campaigns. We have some great local talent right here. They're ready for these opportunities, and you don't have to pay them to do it. It's great to build their resumes for those community partnerships, because now they go off to college and they choose to come back to Mountain Home, whether it's for marketing or accounting. They've built those relationships. So it's, hey, remember 4 years ago when I helped you with this project? Or, hey, remember when I did that social media campaign? I can do that for you too. And when they're trying to get interviews for jobs, again, they've made those connections already.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Just a few more questions coming in for us. What advice would you give a new program that's considering submitting for founders for the first time?
Content. Work on your content. Get as much stuff as you can and start compiling early. You need everything. So say you go work on a project for 15 minutes. Take a picture of it. Take a picture of you working on it. Just keep it all together, because when the time comes to create the video, you have it all in one space and you can create it easier, I guess. Also, work on your projects, grow your projects, advance them, strengthen your partnerships, and it will all come together eventually. Want to add anything to that? Like she said, get your content, get your projects to the next level, because that will help you in founders. Definitely.
Yep, she said most of it. The community involvement she knocked all of it out. The community involvement is what I think really sells it, the cherry on top. You just need to gather all that. So
I think too, what really helped them this year was the teamwork piece, knowing that they were all invested, that Founders Video didn't just it didn't fall on one particular person. That's why when you watch our Founders Video, you hear several different voices. They all had their piece that they were responsible for. And like Lauren said, throughout the year, we compile everything into a Google Drive. We have a script that we kind of go. So it also helps us with press releases, and we're doing things for social media. It's a great reminder if someone new to the program, or we need to say, hey, what did we do about that? There's that information. So this year, especially when they got quarantined, a lot of our legwork was already done, which made it really a lot easier. It wasn't easy, but it definitely helped the process.
I got several hard drives and SD cards dropped off at my window.
Hard drives and SD cards dropped off at your window. Yeah. The stories we're going to be able to tell our kids and family in the future when they grow up about the year of 2020 going into 2021. It's going to be crazy.
It was a dumpster fire year. That's what I told Renda. It's like just a garbage truck on fire. But we did it. So I think that's what makes it even cooler, is knowing that you feel like sometimes you put all this work and effort into things and we were so defeated. And then this year we're like, we have nothing to lose. This year we already know we have nothing to lose. Let's just roll with it and see what happens. And lo and behold, it was our best year yet.
Yeah, you might as well try.
So we've got, we've got two more questions that have come in. One of them is, who is the best community partner you've worked with? So we'll take it and say, what community partner have you learned the most from? We don't want you to have to name a best. We don't want you to lose any partnerships there. So who have you learned the most from? And then what was difficult is it difficult preparing for conference as a founders team that had to present on the main stage and thing? Has it been difficult preparing for conference? We'll take those two.
Okay, so I would probably say the community partner we have learned the most from has probably been the food bank, just because they tasked us with a huge event and several huge projects, actually. And these projects, we've had to Google, we've had to call people, we've had to learn so much to complete these projects. And so we're growing ourselves through the partnership. You want to touch on that?
Yeah, definitely with the food bank. I mean, it started with the simple, hey, we need to save the date. Okay, well, how can we turn your simple save the date into something else? So we had one group of students, they designed the invitation. Then we said, you know what, we can add a QR code, and that QR code is going to lead back to a teaser video. Mm-hmm. So they went to the food bank and they recorded that. Well, then it led to, hey, that was so good. Why don't you make our invitations? So they made the invitations. And then how do you make a virtual grand opening event? You know, this was a 3-year process for the food bank. So we knew it had to be done really well. So like Lauren said, we also had someone that brought in a drone. So they had to fly the drone around. It was the audio, the lighting, they served the food. This was a huge undertaking. And then Mary Beth, something new that we added this year was we added an app for the food bank. That was something that the community had never had before. So now they can download the app. They can see where to go for food, where are their resources, if they want to volunteer. Now it's in one centralized location. So there was definitely a lot of moving components to that. Yes. So to answer the last question about conference, so you can see we're actually at the Gaston's Visitor Center in Bull Shoals. So we knew this year that we wanted to still make this special. We normally partner with our sister programs at Hackler and Pinkston. So we started the morning off across the road at the conference lodge over at Gaston's. They've eaten their meals and stuff together. I think that's been the hardest part, is not collaborating, because we're so used to having all of our programs together. As for working on this, I don't know, maybe don't want to speak for anybody here, but I think we've been so used to Zoom calls and presentations that this was just like, we got it.
Definitely.
Didn't have to, I mean, it's not that it wasn't hard or difficult, but I feel like Zoom has been such the norm this year that it was just.
And another way in preparing for conference and like creating our booth and creating our pitch videos, we had the content from the founder submission. So we just had to tweak it and add to it and change a little bit. And we were able to upload what we had and just change it a little bit. So it wasn't too bad, I would say.
But again, that's where it goes back to being prepared, having everything in that Google Drive. So when the time comes, everything is in one centralized location. So you're not having to go back and scramble to find things.
Content.
Yes.
Yes.
I've heard a lot of repurposing of content, organization, teamwork and collaboration, and then just finding ways to have fun and make it unique.
Confetti.
Oh, yes.
So you enjoyed the confetti cannons that we put in the experience boxes.
Yeah, and we continue to buy them from Walmart, and we now use confetti cannons as an excuse to celebrate
any celebration,
everything. Birthdays. We celebrated people winning the cross countries. You know, we don't care. We have turned everything into a celebration this year with confetti cannons, just because, again, why not?
You have to have some fun.
Absolutely.
Listen, let you guys in on a little tip. You can order a pack of 12, I think it is, for like $10.99 from Party City online, something like that. Our purchasing department does great with finding us the best deals. So
awesome.
Shout out to Connie for that, for helping us get those things together and in the experience boxes and a part of East 25, all of those things. So we're right at the 3-minute mark, guys. And so we're going to use these last few minutes for you to tell us how we can get in contact with you if we wanted to learn more about your program, your projects, if there was a partner out there listening, how they would be able to contact you guys and figure out a way to get some of that East magic over at their business.
Yes, ma'am. You can contact us through conference. Go to our Juno page. We are Mountain Home Career Academies, and you'll find our page. You can contact us throughout. We have our social media handles at the bottom of the page. You can contact and schedule a time to meet with us. I think all of us have some scheduled times today. You can come talk face to face with us. You can reach out to us through our Facebook page, Twitter page, Instagram page, and it's all linked at the contact us page on the bottom of the Juno.
You can also email us. Any one of our emails, we will get back to you too. If there are community partners out there, we of course would love to talk to you. So all of our email addresses end at mhbombers.com. Our school website has all of our information as well. But social media seems to be the quickest way to get us to respond. And definitely check out social media, our YouTube channel. The YouTube channel will show you episodes of Bomber News Network. It's going to show you the videos that they've done for the city, for the drug task force. So it'll show you kind of an idea of what their capabilities are. And we've also done some graphic design work too. So anything that a community partner would need or be looking for, definitely reach out to us and we can make that happen.
Yes, most definitely.
Zach?
Zach's like, I'm just gonna let the ladies handle it today. Let them shine bright.
Yeah, they've knocked out everything. So I'm sitting here, I'm like, oh, I don't want to regurgitate it.
By the time the box gets past here, it's like we've already said everything.
Listen, that's definitely innovation there. How are we going to pass the screen along and and make it steady the entire time? And you guys decided to use your experience boxes as the platform. There you go. We make it work. We take what we have and we make it work. It's a principle in East. It's an unsaid principle.
Absolutely. Expect the unexpected.
Yes.
Definitely expect the unexpected. Well, guys, we appreciate you for sharing your founder's journey, your journey to the main stage and to EastCon 21. Congratulations again for being one of the Founders Award-winning schools during our East 25 celebration. Can you believe East turned 25 this year? We thank you so much for everything that you've contributed to our general audience and to the community of Mountain Home. And again, if you guys want to connect with them in any way, you can find them on YouTube at East at MHHS. You can find them on Instagram at MHHS East. That's a mouthful to say, right? And then you can search them on Facebook at MHHS East as well. Thank you again to everyone for tuning in. I am April Jackson, Communications Coordinator here at East, and you have been on the main stage for EastCon 21. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for joining us for the session with Founders winner, Mountain Home Career Academies. This session was recorded so you can go back and view it on our Facebook and our YouTube channels. Our next education session with Founders winner, Sonora Middle School, will start at 11:45 a.m. Until then, we'll be showcasing some East announcements and East throwback videos here on the main stage.
It's East Homecoming, celebrating 25 years of East, EastCon 21. The daily agenda: 9 to 9:45 a.m., the morning pep rally. 10 a.m. to 1 p.m., the conference showcase live Q&A. 10 a.m. to 3 p.m., the main stage, educational sessions, and more. 11 a.m. to 1 p.m., the exhibitor spotlight. And 1 p.m. to 3 p.m., interactive school exhibits for Group 3. Don't forget to select your program difference maker. The East Day of Giving is April 22nd, beginning at 8 a.m. A Day of Giving is a 24-hour online event to rally supporters for East. To volunteer as an East Day of Giving ambassador, email development@eaststaff.org. Don't forget your East apparel. Shop eastlink.me/gear. T-shirts, long-sleeve shirts, sweatshirts, hoodies, and much more at eastlink.me/gear. Friends of East is more than just a network of people who are passionate about East. It is a network that fosters relationships in order to support East and its students through value-added services and support such as mentoring, volunteering, and funding efforts. Go to eastinitiative.org, click on the Support the Cause, and then Friends of East link to join Friends of East. It's the East Homecoming, celebrating 25 years of East, EastCon 21. It's the East Student Scholarship, The deadline to apply is May 14th of 2021. For more information, contact scholarships@eaststaff.org. If you would like to support the East Student Scholarship Fund and help an East student alleviate the financial burden of college, please visit supporteast.org. Conversation starters. Pre-registration is not required but is highly recommended. Space is limited to the first 40 participants. Reserve your spot now. Don't forget to submit your best of conference on social media, then vote for who you think is the best of conference. Signature design, #EastCon21 booth. Spirit chant, #EastCon21 spirit. Tech in action, #EastCon21 tech. Dressed to a T, #EastCon21 T. Homecoming style, #EastCon21 style. It's East Homecoming, celebrating 25 years of East, EastCon 21. Friday at 9 a.m. As seen on CW Network's Penn and Teller Fool Us and the Travel Channel, magician Nash Fung will bring his interactive magic directly to your home. You will find out how a magician can create magic using the items in your hands, even when we are separated virtually. Important! To participate in this virtual magic show where you can experience the magic unfold in your hands, please bring 1. Your cell phone, 2. Playing cards. If cards are unavailable, 8 pieces of scrap paper the size of playing cards can substitute. 3. An unopened can of soda, like Coke or Pepsi, will work best. And 4. A fork, spoon, and table napkin. Get connected. Drop in and talk with e-students at their booth during the interactive school exhibit times, Wednesday from 11 a.m. to 3 p.m., Thursday 1 p.m. to 3 p.m. Don't be late for your Q&A session with the judges. Check your schedule for the correct time. Be sure to wear your conference t-shirt on Friday. Check out the list of today's education sessions under the Sessions tab. No registration is required. Education sessions are open to everyone. Today's featured sessions: Founders Winner, Mountain Home Career Academies at 10:30 a.m. Founders Winner, Sonora Middle School at 11:45 a.m. Founders Winner, Harrisburg Middle School at 1 p.m. and Our East, Perspectives of the East Staff at 2:15. Tomorrow's featured sessions: Behind the Scenes at EastCon 21 at 10 a.m. and Living Your Dreams at 11 a.m. Looking for a way to display your East Conference photos and keep up with what everyone else is doing? The Social Wall is your answer. Simply upload a photo of yourself, your team, or your project to Facebook, Instagram, or Twitter using #EastCon21. Then head over to the Social Wall in Juneau to see more submissions. Don't forget your East apparel. Shop eastlink.me/gear. T-shirts, long-sleeve shirts, sweatshirts, hoodies, and much more at eastlink.me/gear.
East originated inside a single classroom, shaping the direction and imaginations of students who've long since graduated. Like those first participants, East has also grown, evolving, built on a cornerstone, an education continually looking forward, preparing ourselves to experience an ever-accelerated world, to apply new skills in service to our communities, and embracing the opportunities of innovative technology. You see, East inspires change. We transform schools and communities by empowering people with technology, encouraging critical thinking and creative problem solving by engaging them in positive real-world experiences. Through East, participants become positive agents of change to improve the world around them. We've reimagined how we tell our story. But understand, this is still us and you. This is East.
It starts with an idea.
A big idea.
Sometimes an idea is so big and so difficult,
you have to come up with a different plan.
So that's when you go to plan B.
And sometimes C. Okay, sometimes you make your way through the entire alphabet.
But then that idea takes root.
And then it blooms.
It blooms.
It blooms.
And that idea is born through East.
Education that's powered by technology.
By creative thinking and problem solving. By overcoming obstacles. Constantly revising.
And continuously rebuilding.
Education through community partnerships, where we collaborate with business owners.
Farmers and hometown heroes.
Education through real-world experiences that are cultivated inside.
And outside the walls of a traditional high school, middle school,
elementary school,
and college.
The skills that we learn at East will impact us for the rest of our lives.
For the rest of our lives.
For the rest of our lives.
We have the ability to develop, build, and design architectural models.
All while building character through service in our community.
We can help patients recover from cancer with 3D printing and scanning.
While discovering a sense of independence and self-motivation.
We can preserve history with virtual reality.
And build applications for today's learner.
All while securing our future behind a desk.
Or even outside of a building.
We're better leaders.
Better communicators.
Better problem solvers.
Because we care.
We care.
We care about what we're learning.
And we're empowered and driven by what we're doing.
Because East isn't just an education. It's an experience. And it all starts here.
When students have a sense of ownership, they have a dedication that you don't find in a typical high school classroom. East gives children a chance to become everything they wish to become because there are no constraints. It's up to them to create their own learning environment. They become passionate about their projects because they choose to work on them. And in the meantime, they learn all the soft skills that are needed for college, for the workplace, whether it is project planning, project execution, time management, teamwork, problem solving. Everything they're going to need in life, they get in the East classroom, unlike a traditional high school classroom.
It gives kids really two major resources that the regular classroom can't give. We give them, this amazing technology, which is great, but we also give them time to play around, to push buttons. That's how we learn the best, is this hands-on learning.
We tell them, you have to solve problems in your community. We don't tell them in any way what problems we expect you to solve.
Now you've got students who are excited about a specific solution that they're the one driving it. It's not a teacher telling you, you need to read this book and complete this book by Friday, but now you're saying, here's how we can solve this problem. And as students, we're excited to go out and solve that problem and really be the champion behind the entire idea.
My project, the fire hydrant project, that has created a more accurate and detailed map for our fire department to use in case of fire emergencies. So, that's potentially life-saving. We made an attribute table for our fire hydrants, and that includes valve numbers, plug numbers, top color, body color, and those have to do with how much pressure is in it or what it could be used for. And from there, we just kind of took our handheld units, our GPS units, and using the water department printout, we found each fire hydrant and we plotted them, and we'd come back and upload them onto the computer.
The work we're doing is helping to build better schools, better communities, and most importantly, better students.
East inspires what our students contribute to the world around them. The American spirit of innovation is alive and well. You can see it in our students. All we need to do is unleash it. See how you can make the classrooms in your community come alive.
Visit supporteast.org to learn more.
I would talk about how that technology, there's so much learning and technology, and that it's different from a regular classroom because teachers aren't telling you things, and here you're figuring it out. You can get some suggestions from your facilitator, but you figure it out. You learn to figure it out on your own.
My version of East was sports. So sports was the thing that engaged me. But all of those other things that I learned, just like all the other things that students learn in the East program, are things that serve you well for the rest of your life. I use those things that I learned in sports well beyond actually playing the sport every day in business. And I know that's also what happens with East students when they go through the program. When they commit and they engage, they come out better. And I think a lot of times it serves as building blocks for them to be successful adults, successful parents, successful leaders in their businesses and their communities. And I just think that's tremendous.
I heard about the program, and they were starting a new program at a school close to me, and it sounded like everything that I wanted to be doing. I like project-based, I love the self-directed learning, I like getting out in the community and having a good time, and it sounded like everything I wanted to be a part of. So I made the decision to take that leap, and I've always told my students to not be afraid to try something new, and I was really comfortable where I was. I loved it. I loved my job, but I thought I would be a huge hypocrite if I didn't decide to do something new.
Most conferences are geared towards the instructional technologist or the IT director, someone that's in charge of the technology at the district or even the curriculum. But this is the first conference, to tell you the truth, that I've seen that has solely focused on the student experience. And that has been definitely an eye-opener for me. And the enthusiasm and the students that just come to speak with me at the booth, and they just want to tell me about the project and tell me about the community involvement, it's really been astonishing, and I've enjoyed really every minute of it, because that's why I love working in education. This is pretty much the end result of putting technology into an environment that helps learning. This is basically the end, the pinnacle of seeing that come to light.
Well, through East, I've learned so much. I've learned how to use all these different programs and how to do all these different things that are going to help me after I graduate high school and after I graduate college. And I think a lot of regular core classes teach you all this stuff that you don't really need to know. And so I think East makes up for that by teaching you real-world thinking and how you can use different stuff and all this technology to help you in finding a job and doing that job correctly.
Our very first impression when we walked into the convention center was, wow, this is an awesome venue. And then we walked into the lobby area and we're like, wow, this is even more awesome, because we looked around, there are so many cool projects. I mean, I think that every time I stop at a booth and see a new project, I just get excited about a new application that the students are using of the technology. So we've seen games, we've seen people 3D print stuff, we've seen mapping, community projects, and just so much. So I mean, first impressions is just, I was blown away, didn't think that I could be more blown away, but then I keep getting more blown away.
To me, East is a place where I can come in and use the newest technologies to pursue my passion and my dream to make my small patch of earth, a better place.
The same shoes. Welcome to the education session with Founders winner, Sonora Middle School. They will share examples of student growth and engagement, project innovation and sophistication, as well as community and collaboration. We encourage you to engage during the session using whatever tools are available on your chosen platform. Attendees watching from Facebook or Juno can use emojis in the chat to connect to the content and other viewers. Questions can also be submitted in the Q&A tab on Juno or through the chat on Facebook. Use the upvote or the like button to push questions you like to the top of the list. After you watch this session, please don't forget to fill out the survey. We will share a link in the chat. The session will begin very shortly. Thank you so much for joining us.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the main stage. I am April Jackson, Communications Coordinator here at East, and today we will be spending a little time with Sonora Middle School, one of our East Founders Awards winners for 2021. I'm going to kick it over to Coley. She will be leading this presentation. If you guys have any questions that you'd like to ask the Founders team from Sonora, make sure to drop them in the chat and we'll address those throughout the presentation. Coley, take it away.
Hi, we're one of the 2021 Founders winners, and we're here to talk to you about our program here at Sonora Middle School. I'm Coley. I'm Guadalupe. I'm Natalie. I'm Zern. I'm Dixie. I'm Laura. I'm Emily. I'm Meredith. I'm Leah. And I'm Caitlin. We can't talk about our program without first talking about this poster. Everything we do revolves around these 4 things. The first 2 really speak to us as a program, but they are all just as important. It is a struggle to learn how to take ownership of our learning, and sometimes it takes a long time to figure out how to get organized and started, as it does to work on the project. But we do it on our own, and it leads to even more growth for us because of it. We have offered directions, but we have never told us how to work on technologies. Our East program celebrates failure. We believe that you don't have a real project if it's easy and you don't struggle. But when we struggle or fail, we keep going and keep trying. We find new approaches to a problem. Some might say our classroom is kind of laid back, but the truth is our classroom is student control. There isn't a teacher telling us what assignment to do or what we need to finish. It's all student-led, and students take the responsibility of making their decisions and working on their projects on their own.
Here at Sonora Middle School, we have 110 students participating. That's a really big number if you think about it. 58% of these students are 7th graders and 42% are 6th graders, which makes it very evened out. 100% of our houses are represented, and if you don't know what a house is, it's also called a pod, in which a student takes most of their core classes in, and their advisory teacher will also identify as a part of this house. 6% of these students have been in East for 6 whole years since the 2nd grade, and 41% of these students are just starting East for the very first year. This really pushes us to do our best.
We are most proud of our diversity in our program. We have students of all backgrounds and that bring new perspectives and ideas to projects and community connections that have really pushed our program to new levels. We try to make our program match our school, which is very diverse. It is important to us that we have all types of students to expand our project limits and make our program the best it can be. We feel that our program wouldn't be where we are today if we didn't have diversity in our program. Some of our projects include Fisher Quarry, Flash the Language, The Bones Come Back to Life, etc. We have 25 listed here, but we have finished some and moved on to new ones throughout the year. Even though some projects are finished, they are still just as important as when they were in action. It is our goal to always keep working, and it's pretty exciting knowing that new projects and new ideas are soon to come in our program.
And all of those projects have led to a lot of growth for us. And our classmates in technology skills, public speaking, organization and planning, and so many other things. As you can see on the slide, we have really expanded on our interests and what we are trying to accomplish. We may not be experts in all of these softwares yet, but we are definitely learning and growing in each year.
If you're wondering what that looks like for us, here's a short video we filmed in a day in our East classroom. We are really proud of all the different type of things that our students are showing us here.
Hey guys, we noticed that you might not have been able to hear that awesome video that Sonora just shared with us. Give us 1 second and they're going to explain some of the things that were happening in the video.
If you can't tell, we have a bunch of our different technologies that we use on a daily basis in our classroom showing in this video. Right there, they are using an Arduino, and there's our Dice Tower project. As you can see, that there are many different technologies that we use throughout our program, including 3D printing, using our regular computers to do amazing things as well. Even mapping and tiger skulls using a 3D printing model. Kids use laser cutters to print out things for their projects. Here at Sonora, we use many different types of technologies for many different things.
Lots of students have to learn a bunch of different technologies to understand how their project works. To do this, they have to go through lots of steps in order to learn all of this. They use different things such as YouTube, each other, tutorials, and even sometimes have to learn on their own. This really pushes us to do our best.
Right here, this student is using augmented reality for the, now we have video editing. Forms to find information. We have laser cutting again. In the previous clip, you just saw Ricardo, and more previously, we're going to talk about Facebook. Here is Canva, a graphic design program. Here is Leah creating a book and translating it into Spanish. Here is some coding action. Some more editing.
from photography. There's Shelby, one of our greatest artists, making a design for video. And those are a lot. And that's just one day in the life of our East programming. All that was not perfect, and there was definitely some failure in it, if you look close enough. I mean, you can't start multiple 3D prints in one day without some of them failing. But in the end, we tried to make as many of our days count as possible, and that's what led to our student growth this year.
In terms of student growth, no one has made more in our school than Ricardo. And what is even more impressive is that he joined East just so he can help others grow too. Just a little background knowledge of Ricardo's project is that when he first came here to the United States, he only spoke one language, which was Spanish. Not knowing English caused him to struggle a lot in school. After he had made the decision of joining East, like I said before, he wanted to help others by laser cutting some flashcards where they were two-faced. On one of the sides, it had one word with the definition in Spanish, and on the back, it had the English translation and including the definition. He didn't want others to struggle the way he did, so that's why he did all these amazing things here in East.
But honestly, we have so many students who are just like Ricardo, determined to figure things out and keep learning. From debugging code to learning how to use code in the first place, like Alex and Nolan, who have learned about Arduinos, waterproofing electronics, 3D printing, and solar energy components for their CO2 project and a life jacket. You see, high levels of CO2 have been found in lakes from boating activities. CO2 can be fatal, so Alex and Nolan created a life jacket with a CO2 monitor attached. When high levels are detected, the monitor beeps, alerting people to leave as soon as possible.
And next is community. As many of you know, East comes in many different ways. But in order to do East, you have to get out in the world and help others. I think since coronavirus showed up and the pandemic started, it's been a very difficult year. Not that our community didn't need us, but we just had to find a way to find places where we needed the most help. Community went from jumping into a car and meeting with clients or your partners, from scheduling Zoom meetings and begging our teachers to let us in the hallway to join. And we use more technology this year more than ever, especially when doing Zooms or phone calls with our partners or clients. But in some ways, it is even better. Though projects like the Bones come back to life and Berlin's Capri Sun, we completely redefined who it is to help and where. Even though coronavirus has affected us a lot, it benefited us because we were able to communicate with people further away in the country, not just here in Arkansas. We connected with people across 3 different states, including Texas, California, and Utah.
And we feel like our growth and our ability to still connect with our community led to a much higher level of projects this year for us as a whole. Earlier, we listed them and we showed all the tech we were using, but none of that matters if we don't put it all together for projects that make a difference. And we definitely feel like our projects have made a difference. On projects that we are still working on and have plenty left to do, like a fish or core project that involves things like GIS mapping, Arduinos, sensors, and even an underwater drone. To our finished ones, like our dice tower with a client with muscular distribution. To the SES 360 tour that is the last week helped our school be renewed as a state diamond school to watch. Our projects matter to our clients and to the people of our community. That to us is what sets them apart.
So there are many projects we worked on this year. One major one was the Capri Sun. That project was mainly about a kid in Texas named Braylon, and he had an accident and was paralyzed from one side. And as many of you know, us kids like to play sports and get out there, and he played soccer. And his favorite drink is Capri Sun, but it was kind of hard for him to poke with a straw just using one hand. So one of the groups here at SMS from East created a holder out of 3D printing, as you can see in the images on your screen. And that way it would be easier for him to poke a hole through his drink while he was at his game or just wanted to take a drink of something. Another project that really stands out is the SMX 360 redesignation tour.
So this year, due to the coronavirus pandemic, it has been hard for the community to come into our schools and see the amazing things that are going on here. If you don't know what a Schools to Watch is, it is an award that was given out a few years ago. And so our students decided to take matters into our own hands by creating a 360 tour around our school. They used Cool to stitch together all their clips that they took. And it actually worked very well because we were re-designated as a Diamond School to Watch. Another project that we have that is a great sign of community and collaboration is the Fisher Quarry project, which is actually my project. The quarry is a couple minutes from our school, and at the beginning of the year, they rock blastings for rock to make concrete, and they're planning on doing an expansion. At the beginning of the year, Game and Fish reached out to us because there is a creek called Friendship Creek with a underwater cave with a endangered species of fish called the blind cavefish. The blind cavefish uses echolocation to move around, and they were scared that the seismic waves from the blasting were possibly harming their ability to travel and navigate. So we made a seismic sensor using Arduinos to monitor the waves, and then we also are using an underwater drone to get into the cave to take pictures of the fish. You may be wondering why we have to use an underwater drone, like why can't divers just go in there? But the cave is actually too small for divers to fit into, so we had to use an underwater drone to take matters indoor. This is very important because the creek is connected to where all spring milk gets its drinking water. And so we want to make sure the blasting isn't harming our water source.
As you can see in one of the pictures, a part of this community and collaboration slide, someone is researching 3D scans of bones, a part of a paleontology project, a museum located in California. They recently shut down due to COVID and wanted to allow researchers, a part of colleges, still be able to see 3D scans of the bones. They sent us 3D scans of these bones, and in hopes of us creating augmented reality, allowing college students to research these bones safely from COVID. This student in the picture is using the bones into augmented reality. One really cool thing that stands out about this project is that this project is at the Raymond Alf Museum in California. Some really unique things about the museum is that it is the only research museum of palynology to be located on the same campus as a high school in the United States.
For months, I've been working with Mr. Clark to translate a children's book from English to Spanish. I wanted to expand the reach of Spanish learners by adding one more book to that shelf. I use Adobe.
What's really unique about her project is that even though it may not be one of the ones that are mentioned in our founders video, it is still just as important in the ways of its uniqueness. Just like the CO2 in a Life Jack project. Because the pandemic this summer, there was also rising concern over CO2 poisoning in the waters behind old sport boats. If you don't know what CO2 poisoning is, it comes out of the back of old motors in a boat and can hospitalize people
one of our members in East had a family member who also got hospitalized due to CO2 poisoning. So Alex and Nolan decided to take matters into their own hands and created a CO2 sensor that attaches onto the shoulder of the life jacket so that it would beep out harmful levels of CO2 poisoning. It is also solar powered.
Braylon and our lab are working on an animation for kids who don't know about fire. So they're working on an animation to show kids how to deal with fire in their own homes. If you heard Leo's project, it involves Spanish and English language, just like Ricardo's project. And if we go back to that one, he was one of those students that struggled a lot, and he decided that he would use what he learned in East to help others as well. Because learning English from learning Spanish is completely different, and he decided to use his knowledge and his new learning to help others as well. All of us have a great experience of growth in our East program. I personally started East in 3rd grade and have grown so much as a person because of East. I was pretty shy when I started East, and I was also a new student at my school. So I didn't have a lot of friends, and East just really helped me grow into the person I am today, who loves to talk to people and is very happy all the time. And I really think I wouldn't have been where I am today without East. Like Coley mentioned, I don't think we would all be the people who we are without East. It is very important because we can do what we want to do without being told our directions and being able to express our passions about our community. When I started East, I was shy and I was not confident at all. The East has helped me to be a more confident person and grow. I don't think I would be able to talk here today in front of a bunch of people if I wasn't in East. East has really brought me outside of this world and has really made me realize that there's more problems to our community than just, there's really nothing to do, when there's multiple things that we can help in our community and not just the people we know here at school or at home. So as Guadalupe mentioned, we are able to go out there in the community. But not only that, we're able to guide ourselves to what we want to learn. Instead of the teacher giving us an assignment, we get to come up with something that we want to do, something that we're passionate about and want to get out there in the world and show people what we're doing here at this school, what we're capable of, and what this class has provided us as a better person.
Not only has East changed the way I act, but also the way I think. It taught me that there are many different problems out there in the world that I can do, that I don't have to push others to do my work when I can do it myself. It taught me to use so much different technologies and software, and really pushed me to be a better person around others and myself. East has really taught me many things, not only life, but also with like problem solution, because our projects can be caused by many things, but we also have many ways that we can fix them.
East has taught me to become a leader. East has taught me to talk to people and learn about our community and solve problems using technology. As the world is growing right now, lots of technology is being made. We can use that in the future.
This program shows that kids can really make an impact. Kids from all over the nation have been making projects, in general, just presenting to help their communities.
And this isn't just a normal classroom. Our East facilitator, Mr. Ratchford, only comes and helps with us whenever we really need it. If he sees that if we're on the right track, he will let us do what we think is best for our project. And he just comes in handy whenever we need something. Also, East really helps build a relationship. I mean, look at our conference team. Some of us didn't even know each other when we first got on this conference team, and now
we are laughing together and we're having fun and really just working as a team. I've made so many friends in relationships over East that I would not have if East wasn't here in bringing us all together to help others. And I think a big thing also with relationships is you have to have a relationship with not only your peers, but with your facilitator. It has been really easy for us to bond with each other and with our facilitator, and it's just been all in all a great experience of the East, and it's just really showed us how amazing the amazing things that we can do.
My favorite piece of tech would have to be the MacBook. It accesses way more things than my regular Chromebook could, and is really simple to use. It also has accessibilities to many softwares like Adobe Illustration, lots of different Adobe softwares. You can search up many different YouTube tutorials to teach yourself about multiple other softwares, and it's just one of my favorite pieces of tech.
I think that we can all agree that 3D printing is pretty cool. Personally, it's one of my favorite softwares that we use in the East classroom. Like above, whenever we mentioned the bones come back to life, that is also another technology called augmented reality, and it's pretty cool if you really take a closer look into it. One of my personal favorites is Final Cut Pro. So one of our small projects, which is my project, super small, not big, but we were creating a video showing how Corona has affected us as students, and we used Final Cut Pro to film different teachers and combine the videos together and make a presentation about how we are getting through to learning, even though Corona has affected us in many different ways. My favorite tech is the laser cutter. It helps with many different projects, and it's really fun. You can design different things using the technology on your Chromebook.
My favorite technology is Arduino because no matter what you want to do, there's some way that you can do it as long as you're. The only thing limiting you with Arduino is your measurements.
My favorite piece of tech is the underwater drone. We are using this in my project to get into the underwater cave and find the rare species of fish. My favorite tech is the laser cutter. Not only can it help you with just being creative and design, but it can help in your community and help others that are in need.
My favorite piece of tech is also the MacBooks. You can use the MacBooks for a lot of photo editing, and there are also a lot of free softwares you can use.
My favorite piece of tech is the iPad because you can use many softwares with it. For example, like Procreate. Procreate is a drawing app, and you can sketch things that can help with projects and many other things.
Some things that we want to do in the future is one is really grow our program and just make sure that everyone has a voice in our program and really get everyone's opinion on yeast and just expand our limits and expand the yeast programs that we have in the whole nation. Yeast is somewhere where everyone can make a difference. It doesn't matter who or what it is. We also want to reach out in our community in the future and become a leader. Be able to get out there in the world more than we have already started to and help the people in our community.
These are all really important things to us. As we said earlier, we were designated as a school to watch, which did include interviews. I want to be able to translate these into Spanish or multiple other languages for kids who are just coming to our nation and our school. This is a really important thing because not many people know our language just yet, and it is a very important thing to think about. We also want to prepare the future elementary students that come here to Sonora to be able to expand our program more than our other students have. We want them to see how great our program is and try to join. That way the percentages that were just shown today get bigger and bigger by next year. At this point in the presentation, we would love to take your questions if you have any, and please type them into the chat box. And thank you everyone for taking the time to hear about our program and our year.
If you have time and would like to hear more about any of our projects we presented today or that we have done this year, please stop by our virtual booth. We would love to visit with each of you.
All right, guys, that was a great job. We've got a few questions that have rolled in, and I'm sure there'll be more rolling in. What I'll do from here is shoot the questions over, and you guys can decide as a team who would answer them. The very first question that came up, though, was, will we have access to watch these videos in the future? The video that you shared in your presentation. So tell them where they can either contact you to get a copy of that video, or where they could follow you on maybe social media or visit a website and see it.
We have a lot of these videos we have in our booth. And so if you go check out our booth, you can access some of our videos. But you can also follow us on Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter at Spartan East.
Very cool. Okay. So mentioned earlier, you guys were, this is not your first time winning Founders. So tell us what was different about the submission process this time. Like, what did you guys do different from the first time to this time?
Well, since COVID came over and took over, you can kind of see the difference between how we presented or how we applied for Founders this year. But what we try to do was make it as normal as possible and show what we know and show how we get it out there in the community and how we expand on our projects, even though we can't technically go out there in the community straight up. We really just try to make our application better than before so that we're really showing the growth of our program and how we've gotten better over the years. We wanted to be real and show our struggles and how we had to take different approaches because of COVID. Even though it was virtual, we still did exactly what we planned on doing, which was obviously winning Founders.
Very cool. We know that the virtual life has changed things quite a bit for us, but you guys came together and really impacted some great community partners and friends with your projects. Let's see. Let's take a few more questions here. Okay. So it says, what advice would you give students that might be struggling to stay connected with their community partners? Like, I know you guys spoke a little bit about how you had to change just being able to hop in the car and go down the road there and visit with a community partner. But if there were people who are struggling with staying connected with their community partner, what advice would you give them?
I think that's something that, or some advice that we would like to share, is that one, don't give up. Even though it's really hard, you can find ways such as Zoom schedules, emailing, and just other virtual contact. You can call them on the phone, reach out, because the need from us is still there. Me and Caitlin have actually dealt with this problem of not being able to reach our community partner before, but in the end, we just kept on going, and then we actually found a community partner that was in the same, in our community, really close to us. Bring the projects to you, bring them. Don't just go to them. Don't just go where it's needed. You have to find out where you're needed, and be able to go out there and show that you are able to help. So bring the projects to you. Don't just let the projects come to you. Like Laura said, don't bring the don't expect them to come to you. But this year with COVID, some of our projects came to us instead of us going to them, kind of like Braylon's Caprese project. And that was able to be reached through online because of a previous project of one of our students making a prosthetic leg. They saw that project and saw that we are capable of doing something like that with a 3D printer, and they came to us for help. Okay, let's go to the next question.
Hey. Okay, look. Hey guys, do you mind turning your screen share off for us so that we can see you guys full screen? We'll let you put your contact info back up there so that they'll know how to get in contact with you. Okay, so some of the other questions that have come in, have been about, did you guys plan to win the contest this year? And I know you guys kind of talked about that and how you had some projects in mind. You were very determined. You set it in your mind at the beginning of the year. But how did you guys decide, okay, we're going to win Founders this year, and these are the steps we're going to take to do it? Share that with the public.
I think how we decided was we really just set it in our minds that we are going to win. We're going to do this. We're not going to give up on doing this. And we gave it our best effort. Yeah, we really just, nothing was going to stop us from winning this award. And look where we are. We won. So it really, we made a goal and we achieved it. Yes.
To apply for things like this, you have a negative mindset. You need to just keep going, be determined.
Never give up. East isn't about giving up. It's about keep trying and finding new approaches and always finding a solution to your problem. And not only that, communicating with, because there's a lot of kids in this East program, communicating with them, come up with plans to be able to win awards just like this one. And I think that's just a really big thing of our program is just keep on going. And I think it really just showed how we've done as a program and how we were able to come together and work past our problems that we had.
So you guys said that you have 110 people in your East program, yes? How did you guys decide who was going to lead what project, or who was going to be able to present today? How did you guys, put all of that together to give us this great presentation?
Well, as we said before, this program is kind of like student-led. So they got to choose their projects. And out of those, we decided to choose the ones that were big and actually paid a big major impact. Not that none of them don't pay a major impact, but just big ones that spread across the country, not just
stand out to
us
us
all. Mm-hmm. And as for like how we chose our team, we all had an application. We just applied and we had, and we found going to step up to the challenge. We all have strengths that are very special to us all, and then we also had to find our strengths and our weaknesses to see who would work together and who would really just make the best conference team.
Some examples of strengths would be public speaking, like here we are now, and our usage of technologies, etc.
And as Coley stated, we also have things we can work on. And with the people surrounding me today, we're able to work on those negative strengths. This team is filled with people with different strengths, because if we all had the same strengths, it wouldn't work out. So we have all kinds of different people.
My strength is talking in public.
My strength is being able to get creative. Okay, next question, please.
Okay. So you guys have worked with obviously a ton of community partners. Which one would you say that you've learned the most from?
I think we've learned from every project, but I think the one that I personally learned the most from was probably my own project, just because I got to learn with it and really just grow with it as it grew. So the more I worked on it, the more I learned from it. And I feel like you really can't get that from any other place, any other class. And it's amazing what you can do if you really put your mind to it.
Okay, so out of all the projects that you guys have completed, someone in the comments wants to know, which one do you guys feel is the most significant? Which one has been super important to you? And maybe you guys have multiple, so we'll pick 3 people to share that with us. Which project do you guys words are hard sometimes. Which project do you feel has been the most significant?
I think that one would be the CO2 in the life jacket. That is definitely my pick for the most significant.
Mine will probably be the Ricardo project, because as a Spanish person or speaker, I get that it's hard to learn another language, and there's a lot of students here that are Hispanic, and that just not only impacted Ricardo himself, but it also connected with different people, the whole school, basically, and worldwide. And then I think our project really, it really affected our whole community of Northwest Arkansas,
because of our drinking water, and that's very important to us because it benefits. Yeah.
Not only that, but the neighborhoods around the quarry, their property value is starting to drop because the dust is building up.
And getting into our waters and leaving it down on the top. I'm so sorry, we can't hear you.
Yeah.
Let's one more time. There was a young man that was just speaking, and he was talking about the water in the quarry. Will you repeat what you said?
The neighborhoods around the quarry,
Mm-hmm.
when the quarry was blasting, it was getting dust everywhere, and it was bringing down the property value of all the houses.
Bringing down the property value. Got you. Okay. Let's see. Just a few more questions here as we're nearing the 5-minute mark before our presentation gets ready to wrap up. Who have you not partnered with in your community, and who would you like to partner with moving forward?
So there are a lot of partners we have been with. We can't really talk about them all, but there are lots of them, and they've all impacted us in many different ways. There are also lots of different partners we want to meet in the future, like maybe partnering with other schools, the community board, maybe even people like hospitals, if there's a certain thing that they need help with, they're there for their service.
Very cool. You guys want to partner with other schools. That's a good segue for us to talk about how to get in contact with you. And I think you all had a slide about with your contact information and stuff on there. But as you get ready to tell people where they can find you to partner on more projects, tell us how we have one more question come in over here. Tell us how you've grown from your projects this year. So if you guys could say in one word, we'll just go around the table. How have you grown from your projects this year? And then let us know where we can find you, how we can get in contact with you so that we can continue that partnership.
Well, as a student who did like a small project, last year was kind of hard to find a project. I was a 6th grader, but I was a 7th grader, and seeing how my other classmates were able to come up with bigger projects, I kind of wanted to be part of one of it.
I think that describing our growth this year was, I would say, just our communication skills. We grew in our ways to reach out to the community.
Mm-hmm. I think a big thing is we realized how we could grow in our community, and we realized how we could overcome certain problems to be better. We have also learned how to get out there in the community, because every single day we can walk past a store or an area and we don't know if there's a problem there, but with ease we're able to go and see deeper into a community as well. I think for me, my confidence was definitely something that grew by a lot. I was recently in a car crash, and a lot of things happened to me. My body was a little bit disformed, and I definitely had to grow my confidence out in order to make friends and be with others.
Due to the pandemic, we all had to learn to adapt different things that we couldn't do anymore. So that was definitely a big challenge that we did.
Something that I grew was in adapting to the new things, like with this whole COVID thing. I had to adapt to the Zoom meetings, the getting out of class to talk and do more research on my project.
You had to be in quarantine a lot, and you never know when you're going to be able to be at school and work on your project or learn how to work on it at home.
I mean, take Guadalupe. Guadalupe has been in quarantine for most of the school year. But, I mean, even then, her work in East has really grown her as a person, and she's doing great.
She's still been able to work on her project, no matter if she's at school or home. And personally, when we hear the intercom turn on, we're afraid of them calling our name, calling us to the office, and telling us that we have to be quarantined for at least 2 weeks. And having to stop
coming to school and working on these projects that are not only going to help us be better people, but actually get out there. Honestly, every single time they call someone's name, we're all like, oh my gosh, is someone being quarantined? I was next to them, like, is that me? We've had to overcome that anxiety though, because we need to focus on what we're supposed to do.
We didn't let any of this COVID stuff stop us from doing what we love.
And either win this award.
We overcame our fear of adversity and in general uncertainty, because during these times it's troublesome and we don't know if we'll be here the next day.
I completely understand. It's always a little bit of a gamble when you go outside, if you will, if you are going to be exposed or not. But I'm glad that your school was taking safety precautions that were necessary to make sure you guys stayed healthy, that they were suggesting that people quarantine if they thought they might have been exposed. So we appreciate you for putting your health first and for staying focused on getting your projects completed. So as we get ready to wrap up, I wanted to take a moment and say thank you all for your great presentation and sharing your journey to the Founders Awards Circle with our MainStage audience. If you guys have any questions for them, feel free to contact the Sonora Middle School students based on the information that's on the screen. And we would like to again thank you for tuning into our main stage. I am April Jackson. This has been East Conference 21, and we will see you all for our next presentation.
Bye.
Thanks for joining us for the session with Founders winner Sonora Middle School. This session was recorded so you can go back and view it on our Facebook and YouTube channels. Our next education session with Founders winner Harrisburg Middle School will start at 1 p.m. Until then, we will be showcasing some East announcements and East throwback videos here on the main stage.
It's East Homecoming, celebrating 25 years of East, EastCon 21. The daily agenda: 9 to 9:45 a.m., the morning pep rally. 10 a.m. to 1 p.m., the conference showcase live Q&A. 10 a.m. to 3 p.m., the main stage, educational sessions, and more. 11 a.m. to 1 p.m., the exhibitor spotlight. And 1 p.m. to 3 p.m., interactive school exhibits for Group 3. Don't forget to select your program difference maker. The East Day of Giving is April 22nd, beginning at 8 a.m. A Day of Giving is a 24-hour online event to rally supporters for East. To volunteer as an East Day of Giving ambassador, email development@eaststaff.org. Don't forget your East apparel. Shop eastlink.me/gear. T-shirts, long-sleeve shirts, sweatshirts, hoodies, and much more at eastlink.me/gear. Friends of East is more than just a network of people who are passionate about East. It is a network that fosters relationships in order to support East and its students through value-added services and support such as mentoring, volunteering, and funding efforts. Go to eastinitiative.org, click on the Support the Cause, and then Friends of East link to join Friends of East. It's the East Homecoming, celebrating 25 years of East, EastCon 21. It's the East Student Scholarship. The deadline to apply is May 14th of 2021. For more information, contact scholarships@eaststaff.org. If you would like to support the East Student Scholarship Fund and help an East student alleviate the financial burden of college, please visit supporteast.org. Conversation starters. Pre-registration is not required but is highly recommended. Space is limited to the first 40 participants. Reserve your spot now. Don't forget to submit your Best of Conference on social media, then vote for who you think is the best of conference. Signature design, hashtag EastCon21 booth. Spirit chant, hashtag EastCon21 spirit. Tech in action, hashtag EastCon21 tech. Dressed to a T, hashtag EastCon21 T. Homecoming style, hashtag EastCon21 style. It's East Homecoming, celebrating 25 years of East, EastCon 21. Friday at 9 a.m. As seen on CW Network's Penn and Teller Fool Us and the Travel Channel, magician Nash Fung will bring his interactive magic directly to your home. You will find out how a magician can create magic using the items in your hands, even when we are separated virtually. Important! To participate in this virtual magic show where you can experience the magic unfold in your hands, please bring 1. Your cell phone, 2. Playing cards. If cards are unavailable, 8 pieces of scrap paper the size of playing cards can substitute. 3. An unopened can of soda, like Coke or Pepsi, will work best. And 4. A fork, spoon, and table napkin. Get connected. Drop in and talk with e-students at their booth during the interactive school exhibit times, Wednesday from 11 a.m. to 3 p.m., Thursday 1 p.m. to 3 p.m. Don't be late for your Q&A session with the judges. Check your schedule for the correct time. Be sure to wear your conference t-shirt on Friday. Check out the list of today's education sessions under the Sessions tab. No registration is required. Education sessions are open to everyone. Today's featured sessions: Founders Winner, Mountain Home Career Academies at 10:30 a.m. Founders Winner, Sonora Middle School at 11:45 a.m. Founders Winner, Harrisburg Middle School at 1 p.m. and Our East, Perspectives of the East Staff at 2:15. Tomorrow's featured sessions: Behind the Scenes at EastCon 21 at 10 a.m. and Living Your Dreams at 11 a.m. Looking for a way to display your East Conference photos and keep up with what everyone else is doing? The social wall is your answer. Simply upload a photo of yourself, your team, or your project to Facebook, Instagram, or Twitter using hashtag EastCon21. Then head over to the social wall in Juneau to see more submissions. Don't forget your East apparel. Shop eastlink.me/gear. T-shirts, long-sleeve shirts, sweatshirts, hoodies, and much more at eastlink.me/gear.
These guys are capable of doing far more than what we give them credit for. And given the right expectation and given the right opportunity, they will rise to the occasion. And this is proof of that.
For students,
hold on with both hands. This is going to be a ride like you've never been on, because you're going to be pushed. You're going to be pulled. You're going to be pushed. You're going to be pulled. Hold on with both hands. Push. Pull. Push. Hold on with both hands. You're going to be pulled.
Just being at East Conference, it's amazing to see this amount of, over 2,500 kids bring what essentially used to be what looks like a science fair project into something that is totally applicable and real world in full context. It's just amazing.
You have to marry your vision with your passion, because when you marry the two, that's when you get action.
It gives students the opportunity and the expectation to get involved in the real world right now.
That's what we have here tonight. The best. You are the best. Just remember how important you are. Remember what you're doing is important, that you can have an impact. You can make a difference. You can make a difference.
What's so special about East is you start growing so early.
So having her as an East facilitator is kind of like having a second mom.
I don't know of anywhere else I could reach my kids the way that I do, except in this program.
East has definitely made me feel like I'm a part of an extended family.
Through East, through 47 minutes a day, creating and allowing to be himself, he's found something that he likes. And at least for this year, he's found a reason to go to school and something that he enjoys.
East is one of those things where it has brought me closer to friends and community partners and just the people around me.
So East is like my second family. It teaches me compassion and dealing with others, even in hardships.
East is a community of hard workers that use their passions to help the community. With a family like East behind you, you can change the world.
East es parte de mí y nunca cambiaré a mi familia de East. No solo he creado una familia, sino hemos creado algo especial en nuestra comunidad y escuela.
East is a door to new possibilities. It brings out the you in you.
Before I joined East, I was a fairly introverted child. I honestly, I didn't have too many friends. The two people that I presented in front of the East board with to get an East program at our middle school have become some of my closest friends.
The second that I met her, I realized that this girl from Little Rock, Arkansas is living in this city. And at that point in time, I realized that, East was family and that Matt's family was mine and that this was going to be a partnership beyond just this VR or these programs.
He cared about us. He cared about what we did. He believed in us. He would always say, go do something great.
Guys, this whole business of a conference began out of an idea that you guys were far more capable than most people thought possible.
Welcome to the education session with Founders winner, Harrisburg Middle School. They will share examples of student growth and engagement, project innovation and sophistication, and community and collaboration. We encourage you to engage during the session using whatever tools are available on your chosen platform. Attendees watching from Facebook or Juno can use emojis and the chat to connect to the content and other viewers. Questions can also be submitted in the Q&A tab on Juno or through the chat on Facebook. Use the upvote or like button to push buttons you like to the top of the list. To push questions you like. After you watch the session, please don't forget to fill out the survey. We will share a link in the chat. This session will begin shortly. Thanks for joining us.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am April Jackson, Communications Coordinator here at East, and welcome back to the main stage for our third Founders presentation of the day with Harrisburg Middle School. Today, the Founders team from Harrisburg Middle School will detail their journey from start to finish about how they decided to apply for the 2021 Founders Award. So, Claire, take it away.
Hi, I'm Claire Harper. And I'm Jessie Dill. We will be sharing with you a few of our East projects. Before we begin, we like to share how our East program runs. Hi, I'm Kylie Garrison, and all throughout East, we do all kinds of team building exercises, but we do little posters that include topics like school accomplishments, East project wins, weekend plans, and more. These posters add a class culture between all the classes in East.
Hi, my name's Adeline. And I'm Gabby. At our East program, we like to do this thing called project pitches. As we all know, project pitches are where you pitch your project ideas to your fellow classmates. Our East facilitator thinks that we are the best class overall. She says this because we are more open-minded and speak truthfully. Gabby is a little bit more blunt. This year, she has learned to control her filter. Adeline, on the other hand, is a little more soft, and she likes to look at everything on the positive side. These project pitches help us create a classroom. These project pitches have also helped us create a classroom culture and help develop teamwork. By doing these projects, these help us complete all the amazing projects that we have done this year. Corbin Barker, Grayson Harkey, Briar Jones, and Aiden McClinney started off the year wanting to work with sophisticated software and wanted to make a virtual world. We reached out to Ms. Chrissy Parks, our special education director. She explained that in the past, her students have worked around the community in internship experiences. Since they aren't able to do that this year, these students will recreate these experiences through Unity and Oculus. They made little progress with online tutorials, but really struggled. They reached out to Mr. Zach Spink, a computer science specialist for Zoom training. They reached out to Mr. Paul Roughton, the vice president of Food Giant. He explained to them how employee expectations work. Thanks to his guidance, their simulation now includes tasks such as sweeping the floors, putting away carts, and organizing grocery shelves.
Last year, we had a school emergency. Many officers from around the area responded to our school. The majority of those officers weren't familiar with our campus, and they learned and they had to keep everyone safe. Remington Raper designing an app using ArcGIS and the 360 camera to keep everyone safe. He says, in reality, I really hope we don't have to use this app, but it will be online and officers will be able to see it through their phones to keep everyone safe. This project has helped Remington learn so much.
Okay, you can tell them like we're having some technical problems. You can talk. Tell them what's going on.
All right, we're having some technical problems with our video. Okay. Madison and Luke knew they wanted to work with young children, but faced challenges due to Corona. They started off the year making big books for young beginning readers. They also made shapes go along with the books, but struggled because they weren't very good at tracing. Okay. Our cemetery here has been, the caretakers have been relying on an oilcloth map for over 80 years. A few years ago, some of our older students started making a map for the caretakers to know for caretakers and family members to know where people are buried. They talked to Mr. Malcolm Williamson, but their data was off by hundreds of yards. They went in and had to individually map each grave. A group of students this year are now taking that data and organizing it into a GIS collector app.
This year, these students, Emery Gray, Caden Beers, and Watt Haver, have started working with businesses. Emery Gray loves typing, and Caden Beers loves to do 3D designs. He partnered with the agri teacher to do details. These details are very complicated, and he has learned so much through this. Watt Haver says he has learned so much through the software, and he has learned so much this school year. Female safety is because of a targeted in our area. Kylie Garrison, Emery Gray, and Jillian Sutton started off the year wanting to create a safe training defense. Because of a woman getting murdered and abducted, Cindy Sutherland, these girls went to martial arts and had Francisco Bazy to help them. From his guidelines, they made a own presentation, and they had a really big turnout. They said that they have learned how to speak in public, and they have learned how to use their planning skills. This project is an innovative for international marketing competition because of the design skills. William Mountain has started off the year by creating an athletics app. Because of COVID, many parents are watching through YouTube. And in the past, they could ask who someone was, or they could look at their roster. They can't do that while they're at home. William Mountain had these basic ideas in mind as he went to go create the app. When he was creating the app, he expanded it into clips and interviews. And William says, I expect this project to be developed and published in the fall, but this was way more than I expected. I had never used programming language before, and I had to learn a lot about programming. In the last final weeks of hours trying to publish this app, I hit another hurdle as I was trying to publish the Apple market. William says that William is currently waiting on Apple to respond to him, but even if he does not successfully publish, he has learned so much.
A group of students are learning to use our vinyl machine to serve our nursing home. Due to COVID, the visiting restrictions, families haven't been able to visit as usual, and students haven't been able to serve them. A group of them learned to use our Cricut to create wooden wall hangers. Erica shared, we had to research a lot for this. I used to be timid and shy and and hesitant to take charge. Thanks to this, I developed some skills and enough confidence to teach someone else.
Jessie, Dale, and Claire Harper started off the year by looking through their communities to see what issues were in the community. They saw that the Harrisburg Chambers of Commerce website needed attention. They contacted Miss Rachel Morgan from the Harrisburg Commerce Committee and asked them if they could work on their website. She was shocked that we asked this because she was just talking about reaching out to the East Token to see if anyone was able to do this project. Jessie says that we are so thrilled to have this privilege and that she trusts us so much with this project.
Eli and Peyton started off the year working with our younger East students at the elementary. They remembered their struggle as young East students and knew that they sometimes needed immediate help with their projects. They are now creating Photoshop tutorials to share with our younger East students. Axon Wallace is creating a Wi-Fi map for our tech coordinator to use. The state sent us 62 hotspots, but we have almost 1,200 students in our district. Some residents don't have internet by choice, but some don't have any because of geographical location. With this map, they'll be able to give these out to people who can actually use them. Kylie Garrison started off this fall working with veterans. Kylie Garrison and Jessie Dale went to a meeting, took pictures of veterans, and used their Photoshop skills to create personalized photos for them. These students started off the year working with Miss Emily Stonecipher. Her students needed help learning their letters and numbers. She said that her students learned better with textured devices.
Devin started off the year wanting to use Adobe Illustrator to create a book. He partnered with our school counselor and asked him what are some of the most common problems that kids have in middle school. The counselor told him some of the most common problems. Devin says that he has learned that he is quite well with working with Adobe Illustrator, and he is very glad that he's working with this project because it has helped him learn how to use Adobe Illustrator, work with his classmates, and do so much more. The Arkansas Game of Fish stream team went to the state park. Over 38 students went to the state park with Mr. Stephen O'Neill to plant trees. The lake is slowly refilling as we're doing this, and we are so excited to be working with our community and getting one of our state parks back. Mr. Steph O'Neill is one of our partners. We partner with him to map the state park's new trails. These boys are currently working with ArcGIS to map the new trails. And the first data had some errors, and we partnered then with Mr. Malcolmson Wilson from the University of Arkansas to learn how to use this better. And the boys will soon return to the park to collect and finalize their data. Versus Clinic is a hospital that used to be in our school. The Harrisburg Historical Society wanted to rebuild Versus Clinic, but they didn't have enough. The dilapidated building is really, really beyond repairs, but there are so many memories there that people love and cherish in our community. These girls wanted to bring Versus Clinic back, but they couldn't. So they took pictures of the dilapidated building and started using it and started creating their own website. The community wants the Versus Clinic to become a museum with all the artifacts, but until it's all planned, The community members can use the girls' website that they have created.
Chloe Harris and Mackenzie Kirby started off the year learning how to use Photoshop. They reached out to Second Chance Youth Branch, a foster home for children who need help in overcoming challenges in their lives. Miss Rachel Hubbard, a director at Second Chance Youth Branch in Perrin, Arkansas, was eager to collaborate. When children in the foster system, they typically have very little to no belongings with them. The house parents of the ranch focused on creating a pass for these children. They currently have 30 children living at the ranch, and Chloe and Mackenzie are using their Photoshop skills to create personalized posters for each of them. Mackenzie shared, "We are so excited for this project because these kids deserve some happiness. They live over 2 hours away, and we know we'll never even meet them, but we are glad that we were able to make a difference in their lives and be part of this new life and history that they're creating."
This is a student from our virtual remote, Macy Riot, and she has been working from home. She says she has learned so much, and she's learned so much from working from home and learning how to use things. We're so glad that she's been here with us this week and learning how to use everything with us. That is the end of our presentation. And do you have any questions?
Great job, ladies. It's always a little bit difficult to talk about or brag on yourself some. So I'm glad that you guys talked about yourselves and told us what you guys did as a program and how the journey to Founders was, or at least started out for you. So we do have a few questions rolling in from some of your peers in the chat. Let's see what they have to say. The first one everybody wants to know is, why did the officers come to your school, and how did you get connected with them for that first project that you mentioned?
Last year, a student actually had some problems, and we had some officers visit our school, but many of them came from around the community and didn't know their way around the school. So we created an app so that if anything like that ever happens again, they can know where to go and help keep everybody on track.
There we go. Had a little mic issue there. Okay. Well, it's always good to have officers around to help in those emergency situations. But if they don't know where they're going or how to navigate the building, that could be a little difficult. So kudos to you all for pulling that together for them. Let's see. The next thing that we have over here, someone asked what grade you were all in. So tell them, who's on the conference team and who helped submit for Founders, what grade you all in, and how long you guys have been in East.
Me and Claire are in 7th grade. William Roughton, Max, and Walls are also in 7th grade. And Kylie Garrison and Gabby Nunez and Maddie and Adeline are all in 6th grade. And Corbin as well. is in 6th grade as well.
All of the 6th graders have been in East for 2 years, but us 7th graders have been in for 3.
Very cool. Very, very cool. Okay. So then let's move on to some more questions. Okay. So then we had another question that was like, what was your favorite part? Your favorite part of maybe one of your projects, or even your favorite part of prepping to submit for Founders? Tell us what your favorite part was.
My favorite part was when I got to work with the website platform that we were using for Chamber of Commerce, because we've never used a website thing before, and it was so new and fun to learn how to use something new.
I actually have the same excitement as her. That is our project, and we got to meet with Miss Morgan at the Chamber of Commerce, and we learned how to design a website, and we've had a lot of fun and made some great new connections.
Speaking of great new connections, if you had to give advice to other schools who are considering applying for Founders and they're looking for some community partners to get involved with, what advice would you give them?
I would say make sure that you document all your projects and keep up with them.
Because you can get really far with your projects and working together as a team to learn so much.
Okay, so tell us about some of your community partners and the impact that you might have had with them. So, which one have you learned the most from?
Miss Morgan, she taught us how to use our new platform, and she also taught us that we can use our skills to reach out with more connections throughout the community and other businesses that we didn't know about.
I would say I've learned the most from the Game and Fish. They've taught us about the lake and the refilling and how what we're doing is helping the fish and helping our lake refill.
Okay, you guys have mentioned Miss Morgan, I believe, from the Chamber a couple times. So it sounds like the Chamber of Commerce is a good community partner for our programs to look into getting connected with. We've got a few more questions rolling in. Let's see what's happening over here in the chat. Okay, so we have the what's your best piece of advice in general question. So if you wanted to give your fellow East students in the network some advice, what advice would you give them?
I would give them advice by saying, always make sure that you are always on task and focused with your project, and make sure that you are always working with your students and your classmates.
Make sure that you enjoy your project. You're going to get a lot farther with a project that you actually enjoy than the one you're just doing.
Make sure you enjoy your project and stay connected. What's your favorite project? We just had that question pop into the chat. So what the two of you can speak, or you can bring some of your other team members back on camera and you guys can each tell us what's your favorite project from this year.
My favorite project would be the Game and Fish. I like to learn about the lake and how it's affecting their habitat.
My favorite project was the self-defense class. We learned so much, and it was a really great experience.
Self-defense class, is that what you said? Can never have too much self-defense. Got to know how to protect yourself from some of these crazy people out here in the world, right? Okay, so let's look for some other questions that we have. How did you all manage to stay so connected with your community partners with the different restrictions of COVID? Maybe you had some teammates that were in quarantine, or you had to miss a few days of school and figure out the balance between virtual school and in-person school. But how did you manage to keep those relationships in place with your community partners?
Well, we do a lot of Zoom meetings, and when we're gone, we tend to text each other to keep up with what we're doing. And a lot of us have laptops or devices at home that we can work off of.
Okay, sounds good. What project do you feel is the most significant for your community? So the one that had the most impact on your community.
Lake Poinsett, when it started refilling and we started seeing all these people coming back, it was really exciting because our lake has been drained for so long.
Okay. What about the project that was the most significant for your program? So you saw that one impact the community, but which one impacted your team?
I'd have to say the Second Chance Ranch. A lot of people have developed some Photoshop skills, and we've also learned that we are very fortunate with our lives.
Sounds good. Being fortunate is a blessing, just like winning is a blessing. We had a question pop in just a moment ago that asked, how did you guys feel when you won? What was it like when you found out that you were going to be 2021 Founders Award winners?
It was very exciting.
Our team was so excited that we won, and we were very thrilled.
To get that reward for winning, you guys had to put in some really hard work. Tell us, what was the most challenging part about applying for Founders?
The most challenging part was probably to make sure that all the audio was correct. We had some computer issues.
Mm-hmm.
That worried some of us.
So if that was the hardest part, some of the audio challenges, what was the easiest part of applying for Founders? Is there an easy part for applying for Founders?
No, there's no easy part, but it is really great that we get to be a part of this.
We're going to bring some of our other team members in to help answer questions.
Sounds like a plan. Let's meet the rest of the team. Tell us about these T-shirts that you guys have on. We've got some ladies that are dressed up really nicely here, and then we've got seemed like a team T-shirt. Tell us about your T-shirts.
They are dressed up because they were our main presenters today, and we wore these today because we were just gonna pop in.
Just gonna pop in and out. I like it.
That we designed for this conference this year. We got.
Those are your team T-shirts that you designed for East Conference this year. I like it. Tell us what they say.
They say East at Harrisburg Middle School 2021 East National Championship, the best and last of Asian Best.
You could not have said that any more clearly together without it being rehearsed. Have y'all practiced that?
No.
That means that your team is totally in sync and you guys are on the same page. We love to see it. So if you, there was another question that asked if you all kept the same people for your East team each year or in East each year. So at your school, do you guys have like an application process for how to get into East or how to be on your conference team?
No, we actually just, our facilitator goes by the growth and how we do throughout the year and our leadership.
And this year, our conference team was chosen by our peers. We were all nominated, and then we voted, and our peers voted, and that's how we were all brought under the conference team.
The students that were willing to step up during remote learning days, work on the weekends, and work on after school were the kids that got to be on conference this year.
So you mean to tell me you guys had to work after school and on weekends and sometimes in quarantine and?
Yes, ma'am.
That's what I call dedication. And that's definitely a quality of a founder school, is showing that dedication and collaboration of things so that all the projects come together. So now that you've won founders, how are you guys going to regroup and get ready for next year?
Our middle school is actually. There's going to be no more middle school.
Our school is getting restructured, so middle school will become high school.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So we will have more students come with us, and we'll be back.
There'll be a lot more competition for conference time.
So what I'm hearing is that Harrisburg Middle School, or at least the Harrisburg, this East team, you guys are planning to come back bigger and better than you did this year.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I like it. I like to hear that. Okay, well, if you could describe your conference experience thus far in one word, everybody can give me one word. What would it be?
Amazing. I would say teamwork, learning, fun.
Liking all of these words: teamwork, learning, fun. Okay. Okay, well, if anybody that's out there listening wants to get in contact with you guys, like, where can they find you? On social media, on your school website? Tell us your social media handle and where we can maybe partner with you.
Our Facebook is East at Harrisburg Middle School. And then we have a school website that is
www.hbgsd.org.
That was super fast. Say it one more time.
Our school website is www.hbgsd.org.
Okay, so that way, if any of the community partners that might be listening that love some of your projects and want to see it in their community, they can connect with you guys and help you all be bigger and better for next year. We're going to double check the chat one more time to make sure we don't have, we've got some conflict. All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is Harrisburg Middle School, one of our 2021 Founders Award winners. And I am April Jackson, the communications coordinator here at East. We have enjoyed sharing their knowledge and journey with you. Please don't forget to connect with them and to complete the education survey. The link will be in the chat. Stay tuned for more from the main stage here at EastCon 21, and we will see you later. Thank you, Harrisburg.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for joining us for the session with Founders Winner, Harrisburg Middle School. This session was recorded so you can go back and view it on our Facebook and YouTube channels. Our next education session, Our East, Perspectives of East Staff with Matt Dozier, Melanie Ridlin, and Jerry Prince will start at 2:15. Until then, we'll be showcasing some East announcements and East throwback videos here on the main stage.
Well, hey, everybody. It's Matt. In true East Conference style, we've got a little bit of bonus content for you today. Before we get started, I've been promising some surprises, and I don't know, East Week is a pretty big surprise if you ask me, but I wanted to call up our host today, Callie, Conrad. If you join me. Haven't they done a great job? It's not a conference without a great group of East students and East alums to help us. And for homecoming, there's nothing better. There's nothing better. Haven't they done a great job? Haven't they done a great job? Put it in the chat. Put those fire emojis up. Are you having fun?
Yeah, I love it. I'm doing what I do.
I'm happy to be home, Matt.
It has meant the world. Speaking of happy to be home, we have a special guest who came home serendipitously, not accidentally, but it was happy accident. Not only did he come home, he had a chance to stop by, and we thought it would be a good idea to spend just a few minutes with him, especially after all the work he did yesterday to keep the tornadoes out of our way. Tev, come here. Ladies and gentlemen, the Weather Channel's own Camden Fairview Zone, the University of Arkansas. You're the professional.
And
Take
East
it.
Zone as well. I was in the East from 2009 all the way to 2011, and so glad to be back. I'm so glad to be here.
It is
very appropriate homecoming, right?
Oh, it is just so cool to have everybody here. Now, you don't spend a lot of time in the studio.
Nope.
You don't spend a lot of time in the studio. What do you think?
I think this is fantastic.
Could you?
I feel like I'm back at East Conference in Hot Springs, Arkansas, but modified a little bit this year, of course.
Can I ask a question? Just whoever, any of you can take it. Aside from the obvious, what do you see is the difference? What do you see as the growth from when you were sitting in the stands there or up on stage, being your cool selves then and now? Who wants to start?
I guess ladies first.
That's right.
The biggest thing that I have seen is the East family grow. So even though we're getting bigger and doing these crazier things, we're having to have people to compensate for that. And so every year that I was on tech team, I had a new East staff member that I met and that made some kind of impact on the conference as a whole. So like that was the cool thing. And I mean, there's something so amazing about East that people come back. I mean, even if they leave, they come back. And that's a huge thing that people feel so much passion and dedication for it. And that's grown. That's what I've seen grow, is how the love that everyone has for East.
Absolutely. Yeah, I'll say a couple words too, Matt. Mine will be a little short and sweet. Just seeing these kids get younger and younger and smarter and smarter, I tell you what, it makes me feel like I didn't do a whole lot. Seeing a couple of 10-year-old kids up on stage just blowing me away. Really impressive what these schools are doing, and I love seeing it get better and better each year. So,
and no big deal. Just I remember those first Camden Fairview news announcement videos that look like the Blair Witch Project.
Card Copy TV.
On bad audio.
Card Copy TV, and it started with the East, and we were very fortunate to have a great bunch of students who wanted to put together weekly announcements. And little did I know, my late night editing sessions before the Friday morning announcements would turn into a career in broadcast journalism and in meteorology with the Weather Channel. But you want to talk about what's grown, the footprint's grown. The kids are getting younger and younger. Schools are expanding, but the feel as well. I think a lot of people are catching on to what East has known for quite some time, for 25 years at least. What we've known here is that there's a lot to put into, and there's a lot to be said when you are able to touch science projects, or when you're able to touch the technology and then not only physically touch it, but touch it with your mind. It's a very hands-on, immersive experience that now is beyond the 4 years of high school. It goes all the way down to elementary. And I'm very fortunate to have gone through a program that allowed me to get that hands-on experience. I could without a doubt say that my life would be a lot different without East, and I'm much better for it. So
that's just amazingly cool. And you think that
Is that a tear? Are you crying?
Oh
right
my
now?
goodness! If
I think he's crying, you guys.
If you think they're getting younger, you should imagine what it's like on this side to see you guys. But what occurs to me as I'm sitting here talking? Okay, medicine, tech, broadcast. It's all technology, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely, Matt.
So it's not about coding for coding. It's not about animating for animating. It's not about 3D printing for 3D printing. What is it about?
Solving problems.
It's problem solving.
Absolutely.
And we say in meteorology, the weather is all connected. And so what we see in California may impact us in Atlanta, or what we see in Seattle may impact us in Florida, or what we see in Hawaii may impact us here in the U.S. too, in the lower 48. But East, it's all connected. The STEM it's the pillar of the root of what we get back to. I, have a career in broadcast journalism, but I also have a career in meteorology. I was in the same math classes and physics classes as friends who are engineers. Everything is connected, and it all goes back to what we start here.
And fortunately, we're all connected. So we're gonna finish here. If our students and if our schools were to reach out and want to partner with you to take on projects, anybody want to say no to them?
No way.
Nope.
Absolutely not.
So how?
Absolutely, let's do it.
Oh, so how can they reach you?
I'm reachable. I'm on LinkedIn and Facebook. Those are the two things that I check regularly. You can always grab my email from East staff. They pretty much know how to track me down.
T?
You can pretty much find me, just turn on the Weather Channel. I'll probably be in a hurricane or a tornado or a winter storm or a drought. And if you can't find me on TV, then I'm on Twitter and Facebook at Tevin Wooten, Instagram as well. LinkedIn is another great resource. But I'm always looking for ways to partner with schools. And it's because of the pandemic, of course, it's been difficult to physically get to schools. But virtually, I think we're all learning to adapt. And that's another great thing that East is about, is adapting. But it's great to connect virtually, so I'm able to do that a little bit more now freely.
Absolutely.
Mr. Murray?
Yeah, LinkedIn, Twitter, Instagram. I'd love to reach out and speak with some folks and some students from schools all around. That'd be a great opportunity.
Well, I tell people everywhere and all over the world and all the time, we can't do what we do if everybody isn't in this together. Whether you're in the kindergarten or the second grade, whether you're in middle school, high school, you've gone on to college, you've become a successful professional, and they're not done yet. They are not done yet, and you're not done yet. We're here for you. They're here for you. We are one family. And that's why homecoming is such a powerful and important thing. We'll talk more about that tomorrow, but until then, one piece of advice. Go.
Do the things that you don't want to do. And I'm not saying do things that you're not interested in. I'm saying if something makes you're like, this is just something that I don't want to do, I'm not interested in it, or I just don't feel like doing it, do it anyways, because those are the stuff that those are the instances that you're gonna learn the most, that you're going to actually remember the lesson from that. And that's also where you're gonna grow the most, is by being uncomfortable. Absolutely. Pretty much the foundation of learning is staying uncomfortable so that you're expanding yourself. And yeah, if I could give one piece of advice, I'd say to never stop learning. Never think that you know it all. Never think that you've got it all figured out, because you don't. I promise you don't have it all figured out. So approach every opportunity as a way to learn. Approach every single interaction as a way to learn, and just absorb all you can. And I promise you'll be a much well-rounded person if you adopt that mindset.
And to tie things back to weather, because I am a meteorologist, of course, we like to talk about the weather. The very thing that sometimes takes the weather out of balance, and it brings tornadoes, and it brings thunderstorms and severe weather and winter storms in Dallas, Texas, of all places, turbulence in your life. At some point, you'll come across that. But the plane ride will be much smoother on the other side.
I'm not sure I can top that, but what I'm going to say is thank you for spending some time with us. Oh my goodness, thank you for coming by.
He didn't shut the door on me when I knocked.
He did not. And my piece of advice is stay connected and join East alumni when the time comes. Look who you get to hang out with. Thank you so much. We'll be back in a few minutes with the rest of our programming, and EastCon 21 rolls on.
East Homecoming, celebrating 25 years of East, EastCon 21. The daily agenda, 9 to 9:45 a.m., the morning pep rally, 10 a.m. to 1 p.m., the conference showcase live Q&A, 10 a.m. to 3 p.m., the main stage, educational sessions, and more, 11 a.m. to 1 p.m., the exhibitor spotlight, and 1 p.m. to 3 p.m., interactive school exhibits for Group 3. Don't forget to select your program difference maker. The East Day of Giving is April 22nd, beginning at 8 a.m. A Day of Giving is a 24-hour online event to rally supporters for East. To volunteer as an East Day of Giving ambassador, email development@eaststaff.org. Don't forget your East apparel. Shop eastlink.me/gear. T-shirts, long-sleeve shirts, sweatshirts, hoodies, and much more at eastlink.me/gear. Friends of East is more than just a network of people who are passionate about East. It is a network that fosters relationships in order to support East and its students through value-added services and support such as mentoring, volunteering, and funding efforts. Go to eastinitiative.org. Click on the Support the Cause and then Friends of East link to join Friends of East. It's the East Homecoming, celebrating 25 years of East, EastCon 21. It's the East Student Scholarship. The deadline to apply is May 14th of 2021. For more information, contact scholarships@eaststaff.org. If you would like to support the East Student Scholarship Fund and help an East student alleviate the financial burden of college, please visit supporteast.org. Conversation starters. Pre-registration is not required but is highly recommended. Space is limited to the first 40 participants. Reserve your spot now. Don't forget to submit your best of conference on social media. Then vote for who you think is the best of conference. Signature design, #EastCon21 booth. Spirit chant, #EastCon21 spirit. Tech in action, #EastCon21 tech. Dressed to a T, #EastCon21 T. Homecoming style, #EastCon21 style. It's East Homecoming, celebrating 25 years of East. EastCon 21. Friday at 9 a.m. As seen on CW Network's Penn and Teller Fool Us and the Travel Channel, magician Nash Fung will bring his interactive magic directly to your home. You will find out how a magician can create magic using the items in your hands, even when we are separated virtually. Important! To participate in this virtual magic show where you can experience the magic unfold in your hands, please bring 1. Your cell phone, 2. Playing cards. If cards are unavailable, 8 pieces of scrap paper the size of playing cards can substitute. 3. An unopened can of soda, like Coke or Pepsi, will work best. And 4. A fork, spoon, and table napkin. Get connected. Drop in and talk with E-students at their booth during the interactive school exhibit times, Wednesday from 11 a.m. to 3 p.m., Thursday 1 p.m. to 3 p.m. Don't be late for your Q&A session with the judges. Check your schedule for the correct time. Be sure to wear your conference t-shirt on Friday. Check out the list of today's education sessions under the Sessions tab. No registration is required. Education sessions are open to everyone. Today's featured sessions: Founders Winner, Mountain Home Career Academies at 10:30 a.m., Founders Winner, Sonora Middle School at 11:45 a.m., Founders Winner, Harrisburg Middle School at 1 p.m., and Our East, Perspectives of the East Staff at 2:15. Tomorrow's featured sessions: Behind the Scenes at EastCon 21 at 10 a.m. and Living Your Dreams at 11 a.m. Looking for a way to display your East Conference photos and keep up with what everyone else is doing? The Social Wall is your answer. Simply upload a photo of yourself, your team, or your project to Facebook, Instagram, or Twitter using hashtag EastCon21. Then head over to the Social Wall in Juneau to see more submissions. Don't forget your East apparel. Shop eastlink.me/gear. T-shirts, long-sleeve shirts, sweatshirts, hoodies, and much more at eastlink.me/gear.
East originated inside a single classroom, shaping the direction and imaginations of students who've long since graduated. Like those first participants, East has also grown, evolving, built on a cornerstone, an education continually looking forward, preparing ourselves to experience an ever-accelerated world, to apply new skills in service to our communities, and embracing the opportunities of innovative technology. You see, East inspires change. We transform schools and communities by empowering people with technology, encouraging critical thinking and creative problem solving by engaging them in positive real-world experiences. Through East, participants become positive agents of change to improve the world around them. We've reimagined how we tell our story. But understand, this is still us and you. This is East.
It starts with an idea.
A big idea.
Sometimes an idea is so big and so difficult,
you have to come up with a different plan.
So that's when you go to plan B.
And sometimes C.
Okay, sometimes you make your way through the entire alphabet.
But then that idea takes root.
And then it blooms.
It blooms.
It blooms.
And that idea is born through East.
Education that's powered by technology.
By creative thinking and problem solving. By overcoming obstacles.
Constantly revising.
And continuously rebuilding.
Education through community partnerships, where we collaborate with business owners,
farmers, and hometown heroes.
Education through real-world experiences that are cultivated inside
and outside the walls of a traditional high school,
middle school,
elementary school,
and college.
The skills that we learn at East will impact us for the rest of our lives.
For the rest of our lives.
For the rest of our lives.
We have the ability to develop, build, and design architectural models.
All while building character through service in our community.
We can help patients recover from cancer with 3D printing and scanning.
While discovering a sense of independence and self-motivation.
We can preserve history with virtual reality.
And build applications for today's learner.
All while securing our future behind a desk.
Or even outside of a building.
We're better leaders.
Better communicators.
Better problem solvers.
Because we care.
We care.
We care about what we're learning.
And we're empowered and driven by what we're doing.
Because East isn't just an education.
It's an experience. And it all starts here.
When students have a sense of ownership, they have a dedication that you don't find in a typical high school classroom. East gives children a chance to become everything they wish to become because there are no constraints. It's up to them to create their own learning environment. They become passionate about their projects because they choose to work on them. And in the meantime, they learn all the soft skills that are needed for college, for the workplace, whether it is project planning, project execution, time management, teamwork, problem solving, everything they're going to need in life, they get in the East classroom, unlike a traditional high school classroom.
It gives kids really two major resources that the regular classroom can't give. We give them this amazing technology, which is great, but we also give them time to play around, to push buttons. That's how we learn the best, is this hands-on learning.
We tell them, you have to solve problems in your community. We don't tell them in any way what problems we expect you to solve.
Now you've got students who are excited about a specific solution that they're the one driving it. It's not a teacher telling you, you need to read this book and complete this book by Friday, but now you're saying, here's how we can solve this problem. And as students, we're excited to go out and solve that problem and really be the champion behind the entire idea.
My project, the fire hydrant project, that has created a more accurate and detailed map for our fire department to use in case of fire emergencies. So, I mean, that's potentially life-saving. We made an attribute table for our fire hydrants, and that includes valve numbers, plug numbers, top color, body color, and those have to do with how much pressure is in it or what it could be used for. And from there, we just kind of took our handheld units, our GPS units, and using the water department printout, we found each fire hydrant and we plotted them, and we'd come back and upload them onto the computer.
The work we're doing is helping to build better schools, better communities, and most importantly, better students.
East inspires what our students contribute to the world around them. The American spirit of innovation is alive and well. You can see it in our students. All we need to do is unleash it. See how you can make the classrooms in your community come alive.
Visit supporteast.org to learn more.
the life of a pre-pandemic traditional classroom, where students were led and taught by educators whose careers were built on forming and shaping young minds. And then, a worldwide pandemic hit. Now, the parent has become the home advocate for distance learning. The expectation to troubleshoot technology and navigate the same programs their children use can be daunting. And virtual learning at home isn't easy for students either. But there are still resources out there, and that's where EAST can help. Our parent support program is designed to empower parents of virtual learners by providing training sessions on essential topics and skills. All sessions are free, online, and waiting for you to watch when you get a break in your busy lives. Parents aren't meant to replace the role of the educator, especially in the online learning environment, but providing foundational skills needed to successfully support your student with online learning will not only build confidence in them, but also in you. Check out our website to view our online training sessions today.
When you think of a word that defines friends, what's the first word that comes to mind?
Helper.
Inspiration.
Support.
Motivation.
Empower.
Mentor. Positive.
Friend.
Friends.
Friends of East.
I'm a friend of East because it cultivates skills for future employees that can begin with East students.
I'm a friend of East because it gives me better access to maximize my resources and be more than a teacher.
I'm a friend of East because it creates a network of opportunities for students past and present.
I'm a friend of East because it challenges students to explore beyond their limits.
And I'm a friend of East because it empowers me to inspire change.
A friend can be many things. A friend of East believes in the power of East for many reasons.
Because it's valuable.
Because it's empowering.
Cutting edge.
Inspiring.
Life-changing.
Come be a friend of East.
Welcome to the education session, Our East. Perspectives of East staff with Matt Dozier, Melanie Ridlin, and Jerry Prince. 3 long-term members of East will share their experiences, challenges, and visions. They have a combined 50-plus years of working at East. Matt has done it all. Well, sorta. Jerry has broken more than his share. And Melanie, well, she keeps it all bandaged together. We're going to give them the mic, and we're going to take away the script. What could possibly go wrong? We encourage you all to engage during the session, using whatever tools are available on your chosen platform. Attendees watching from Facebook or Juno can use emojis in the chat to connect to the content and other viewers. Questions can also be submitted in the Q&A tab on Juno or through the chat on Facebook. Use the upvote or like button to push questions you like to the top of the list. After you watch this session, please don't forget to fill out the survey. We will share a link in the chat. The session will begin shortly. Thank you for joining us.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Our East. We're right in the middle of an East Conference, and East Conference has always been about you, the students. This year, it's our 25th anniversary, and some of us are showing 25 years, a little more than others. And we had an opportunity to share a few of our experiences, and we've been talking backstage and off stage, and we went, why don't we just get in front of the camera and continue these conversations? What could possibly go wrong with that? So we'll show you a little bit about some of the behind the scenes and how we got to where we are, and then toward the end of that session, answer some of the questions that you might have. So Melanie, you've been here a while. How did you end up in East and make it to the position that you're in now?
Yes, so 19 years ago this month, in fact, I interviewed with Tim Stevenson for an office coordinator position. I had heard about the position from my mother-in-law, who was a facilitator at the time in DeQueen High School. And I wish I could remember how that interview went. You know, I'm sure it was really fun. But I was in that position at East for about 6 months, and there was a student training logistical coordinator position that came open, and I begged the supervisor at the time to give me a shot. Just give me a trial. I think I can do it. And so he did. He gave me a 2-week trial, and about 3 days later, he said, you've got the job. And so I was in that position for about 3 years. I helped out the site support team, helped with events and stuff as well. And then I was promoted to manage our events for about 6 years at East, which I remember that day too. I remember having nightmares, like, I'm not sure I can do it, but it was really fun. So it was a great 6 years, totally pushed me outside of my comfort zone, but I loved it. And then Matt brought me into his office and said, hey, I've got an idea. I want to promote you to a senior director of operations. And I'm like, what is that? You'll handle human resources and all other things at the company. And I remember thinking, okay, I did a little bit of that in college, but I don't have any real experience in human resources, Matt. And just like in total East fashion, he said, don't worry, we'll give you all the support and resources you need. You can do this. And so I did. And 10 years later, I'm still in that same position. It's been wild.
Wow.
All right, so Matt, why don't you tell us about your start to East?
Well, I mean, either we don't have enough time or it's really a pretty straight line. I was a classroom teacher for about 10 years in speech and English, and all that got thrown out the window on April the 7th of 1998 when I walked into a classroom in Greenbrier, Arkansas and saw something that I had no understanding of. And I met a fellow named Tim, and I went back and my principal said, what'd you think? I said, it was amazing. He said, do you want to do that? And I said, no. He said, why not? I said, I don't know anything about computers. 3 years of the coolest kids on the planet doing the neatest things. And the next thing I know, I'm working for this thing that eventually becomes this nonprofit in a lot of different roles, got to train a lot of facilitators. And then in 2007, our board tapped me and asked me to take the position I'm in now, and here we are. Mr. Prince, your journey was not quite as straight.
No, hardly. People ask me how I got the job here, and my response is pretty simple. I don't have the foggiest idea. I don't know, because how I thought I got hired here and how Matt thought I got hired here are not even on the same bookshelf. But I was working in a program in northern Arkansas, and I took a job in East and Marshall and got things kind of off the ground there and was absolutely loving it and fell in love with the concept. I wasn't a lifetime educator and loved some of the tech and loved hands-on and loved not teaching. And there was a position came open here in Little Rock, and it's a little closer to my homeland. And so I came down and did the formal interview. And I didn't know many of the people here. I knew of them. I had trained with them, and I think they knew of me. And yeah, I did that first interview, and it was about as awkward as first interviews go. And a couple days later, I just got this very standard, dry, thanks but no thanks, don't call us, we'll call you email. And I was like, well, okay, I expected a little more. I didn't hear much after that. And I got to go do some other things, and I just kind of went on about my way. And in my mind, my story is I started working with some of the technology, and the licensing was really difficult. And a lot of programs were having difficulty getting this one program, Softimage, working. And I kind of troubleshooted and threw a tutorial together on how to license it and some of the problems and the errors that occur and how to work around those. So in my mind, I simply kind of said, after I kind of looked back after I was hired here, that I made myself valuable, and that kind of made me visible. And that really has been something that since that time I've kind of carried along with me, as regardless of where you are, what you do what you're given to do it with all your might, and make yourself valuable. I think that's pretty much the story that Matt said, is make yourself valuable. And you don't have to ask for doors to open. You may find yourself in a conversation, even like I did, and having opportunities that come your way that you really didn't anticipate or expect from that. So, Matt, you've been around longer than all of us.
Thanks,
and
Jerry.
you've seen all of those 25 years, and we've grown up and we've grown out and we've grown a lot of different ways. What do you think we're educational, nonprofit, based in Central Arkansas, and we're still growing, and we're still viable. How is it? What do you think that it has made this 25 years? What's made this so successful?
That's a great question, because I know it's not the many degrees and the multiple IQ points of the people that do this every day. Sincerity, passion will get you in a lot of places. Mm-hmm. And our staff and what we train the facilitators to do is give opportunity and permission to our kids. And then we tell our kids, I was just talking to Tevin about that, we give them permission, but really what we're saying is go find a mission.
Mm-hmm. True.
And that's part of it, because when you unleash that incredible army of good and smart and talented and intuitive problem solvers, great things happen. But then you got to do the next thing, and that's not take yourself too seriously, not put yourself in front of it. I can tell you right now that Matt Dozier and Jerry Prince and Melanie Ridlin, and we can just keep on going down the line, none of us take ourselves very seriously, because there's not an East student out there who is seriously and passionately going about doing the things that they want to do that we will not get behind and help and never knock them out of the way. We've seen too much of that from other types of organizations in other places, and that's why they fail, and that's why we're still here.
Our students have never failed to take care of us, and they take care of us very well. Yeah.
Well, if I'm gonna guess, one of the questions that gets asked of me most often is first, what is East? But more importantly, what's it like to work at East? Melanie, what is it like to work at East?
You better take that question.
We do get asked that question a lot during interviews. It is a lot of fun. Yeah, we're a business, right? So we've got policies. My favorite are safety policies. I don't know why, but they're fun. We also have a small staff. We've got 24 staff right now. We're adding a couple of more people very soon, but it's amazing to see the amount of things we do accomplish with only 24 staff. It's amazing. We also have, like, if you come to East and you hang out with the staff, you'll notice a lot of those same core principles that you see in an East program, right? Our staff are self-directed. We collaborate like an insane amount here. We hang out, we talk to each other, we work together on projects, and we provide resources and tools that the staff needs so that they can be successful. Everybody is motivated here to improve and evolve what we're doing so that we're providing the most quality support and training and experiences to East, the whole East network. And so we have a lot of problem solving that goes on here too. So it's similar to an East environment, but yeah, you know, with policies and structure and all that fun stuff too. So, Jerry, I've got a question for you. You are an outside-of-the-box thinker.
Oh, man.
You throw out crazy, wild ideas to see if they'll stick. So tell us about maybe one of those really crazy, wild ideas you had and if it worked.
You said we're good at problem solving.
I think we are.
Well, some of us are a little better at problem creating, I think.
That could be true.
So it is really interesting is once I started working at East and began to really grow and understand, and it took me a number of years to kind of get out of my corner of the strength that was here, is that, yeah, we're a small organization and there's a lot of family and there's a lot of business, a lot of collaboration, a lot of problem solving, but it's interesting in that we do have a board of directors and we do answer to a number of people, but we kind of get to do what we want. And so that gives us the freedom to try things just because, you know, we don't really subscribe, or I don't subscribe that if it ain't broke, don't fix it, or let's just do it the same way we did it last year. So there's an immense safety net that exists among you, Matt, and the rest of the staff that kind of gives me encouragement to go do things and to kind of reach out and do some things that are maybe a bit risky. And that's been interesting, and the staff actually calls it hand grenades, and because I'll come in and go, but what if? And that's
get the erase.
Yeah, we get the erase out. But it's been really interesting and it's been really fun, and that's another back to that core principles. What I have learned is the more we practice what we preach, the stronger we get, and that risk taking is one of the things that we ask of our students, and we tell them that. Don't be afraid to fail. But as a business and an adult in an organization, that's hard to accept. My grandfather told me, he said, son, you're going to make mistakes. You're going to make a lot of mistakes. He said, but when you do, be sure you make the right ones. And I guess that's kind of where I come from, is sometimes you need to go somewhere and you need to do stuff, even if you know it's probably not going to work, it's going to take you somewhere. And so I thank you guys and all the folks behind the scene here for giving that safety net that we can have fun and we can kind of step out of there, kind of outside that box, and we can blow some stuff up. And sometimes fun comes from it, and sometimes we get to kind of put it back together and say we wished we would have left it alone.
So what were one of those times?
That blew up and we wished we hadn't have? Or
No, that worked. What was one of your
It was one of the problems we had several years ago at conference is we were in another part of the building. We were actually where the exhibit hall is now. And it's in that big room to where it's concrete surrounded by concrete surrounded by concrete. And when we were doing the big stage events, the audio was horrendous because it was just an echo everywhere. And the farther away from the stage you got, the worse it got. And literally, if you were toward the outer ring, all you could hear was just a mutter and vibration. And we couldn't fix that. And so I said, well, we need to get people closer to the stage. How do we do that? Well, we either squish them all together or we move the stage. And so I said, what if we put the stage in the middle? What if we do this in the round?
I remember
we
that
said,
day
"No,
so well.
No.
And they're like, you don't do this sort of thing. You don't do presentations in the round. Well, guess what? We did. It was awesome for a few people. Especially the gray hairs, the students loved it because
and they did so great.
it was phenomenal, and that worked. But it was also created a lot of challenges, and so I think that's a pretty good example of kind of step out and go, okay, we have a problem, we have a solution, but it is not necessarily the probably most popular solution. So that's one that sticks in the back of my mind that I was really nervous about because we couldn't afford for it not to work. But as far as audio, it fixed our problem.
Stuck around for a large number of years.
It fixed our problem until we got to move down to the arena. So yeah, that was pretty cool. It's pretty. So Matt, we continue to grow, and we are constantly kind of defining and redefining who we are. How do you define, East is the organization that works with all these students and all these programs. How do you define who we are as an entity?
Well, I learned the hard way that it's not up to me to define it myself. I mean, it is important for me to define it myself, but that can't be who we are. We have to do that. I guess I got recognized, kind of like you were saying. I guess I kind of got recognized because Tim told me that I could put on the page what he was trying to say in his heart. And we all know Tim, and there's lots of things that come out of his mouth that are in his heart, just not the way they come out. And so being able to do that, for a while, I thought I was smarter than I was, but it was really when we started taking on like some of those branding projects and those things, and they started talking, and they came back and said, you really do live the values of what you teach. It's like, that's cool. Most companies don't. And we've just come through a process working with the staff, particularly this year, and we've kind of refined, we haven't changed them, but we've refined how we explain our core values, and they're pretty simple. We're authentic. We're dedicated to what we do. We don't give up. We don't give in. We want to collaborate and work together. We are better than me every day of the week.
That's right.
We're innovative. This team put on an event for the universe with no clue how that was going to happen.
With a little help from our friends, I must say.
Oh, if that was step one, find your friends. And we serve. Those are the core values of not only this staff and this organization, but those are the core values we're trying to instill in everything that East touches. Yeah. And the good news is, I didn't define that, you didn't define it. We defined it, and we defined it by taking our inspiration from you.
Yeah, exactly.
Well said.
Well, so where do we go from here, Melanie?
You're gonna ask me that one?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, okay. So where do we go from here? I would say expansion, right? We want everybody to have East and to impact more people with this awesome learning environment that we have. This last year was a wild ride for lots of companies, right? And so many people have had to turn to virtual for almost everything. And East has done a great job at providing virtual training, phase training, virtual site support, administrator training, student training, virtual events, and so forth.
Conference.
We've had to do everything pretty much that way, and it's been really cool. And we, yes, of course, we miss our people. We want to see the students. We want to see our facilitators so much. But so we're going to go back to that someday for sure. But I think this virtual stuff, y'all, it's sticking around. And so what is that going to look like, and how do we support it? I think that's a big thing that we're faced with right now and trying to figure out. How do we make sure that our website's ready to handle all of these videos that we're putting together and all of the storage that we need? We're also looking to figure out how can we equip an East environment with more ability to be mobile, right? We want students to be able to do East wherever they are. And so that's some of the stuff we're looking at right now and trying to figure out. But after that, I don't know yet.
We'll take that on after spring break.
That sounds really good to me.
Next week. So we know probably you've been thinking you may have a question or two, so we're gonna throw the proverbial microphone down the hall a little bit to Miss April. Miss April, do you have any questions that that might cause us to ponder just a moment or two?
Who are those people and why are they talking?
Do I get to ask whatever I'd like to ask?
Depends on who you're asking.
Melanie, Matt?
Sure.
What I feel, no, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. Okay, so yes, we do have a couple of questions from the chat. Thank you everybody for tuning in. If you do still have questions, please feel free to put them in the Q&A tab and we will get them to our panelists. So first question comes from Kevin Durden, and he asked, what was your biggest challenge with having to produce a virtual event?
Melanie, you're from the events arena. We'll let you go here.
Okay. Oh gosh, by the time we made the decision that we were going to go virtual, we had to fast track to figure out how we would do that and what platform we would use. And so there was a small team that hit the ground running. They met with a ton of virtual platforms. And if you didn't know, there's a whole lot of them out there. So they met with a ton of virtual platform companies. They demoed them. And I would say finding the right one, the one that would work with us and adapt to our needs, was probably one of the bigger challenges. And then we found the right fit. And once we did, from there, it was, okay, fast track to how do we get information out to our schools? How do we make sure everything's working like it should? Testing it, ready to go. And I don't know, it's been wild. What do you guys think?
Conference, when we first started, once we decided, there was one word that came to the top, that conference in Hot Springs is an experience. I mean, that just kind of summarized all parts. And that was something that we wanted to hang on to and not let go, is how can we offer an experience virtually? Well, that's impossible. Maybe, but we wanted to go as far as we possibly could so they have had at least a better experience, a more positive experience than they have virtually for the rest of the year. And so that was, in my mind, that was the challenge that I had in front of me, is experience, even though they may be at their kitchen table or in their classroom or in their closet where it's quiet. So that's my word, was experience.
I couldn't agree more. It's about connecting. It was about creating the environment where we could keep all of our people connected. Because if it's just content coming out to you, lots of people are doing that, and it might still be a nice break in the day, but it's not East. And so our team has been working very hard to keep the East in everything we do.
And I will add, Melanie's talking about a platform. Sometimes we take on more than we can chew. Also, at the same time, we wanted a company to help us deliver this.
Are you thinking about Avad?
I'm thinking about Avad 3 that everyone is seeing, but they don't know that they're seeing.
Cameron and Sam and their team.
So those guys have really given us a confidence and really just allowed us to actually enjoy conference like we sometimes don't get to. And so it's been fun. It's been very rewarding for sure. So, good question, Kevin. Thank you. April?
Next up in the questions, speaking of keeping East in everything, we have a question from Thomas Maska, I believe. And he asked, some schools have had to pause their East programs this year. Will there be a focus on getting those back on track?
I think there's going to have to be a focus of getting all of us back on track. We don't really know, I don't think, exactly what the fall looks like, and we're already planning for what the summer looks like, and we still don't know there. But we believe it will evolve. At worst, we hope it's a hybrid, in that we've got at least a few more opportunities for students to have hands-on and maybe a few remote. So I believe, Thomas, it is going to require not a complete reboot, but I don't believe we can just put a new calendar on the wall and keep on rolling. We have learned a lot, and some of the tools we have been introduced to for videos and for training and communication have been life-changing, and I don't believe we will ditch those and not use them anymore. So I believe we will take what we have learned on the positive side and keep on trucking, and also at the same time, some of the negative stuff we hope we can leave in the rearview mirror as we go forward.
Yeah, two things that I would say to that. First, East is built on relationships. And we don't want to do East to anybody. We want to do East with people. And they've been talking about paradigm shifts ever since I first walked in that classroom. This has been a tectonic jolt to our entire system. And we want to do everything we can to work with our schools, the facilitators, the administrators, the students, the parents, the alums, everything to work with them, because if East isn't serving the purpose that they need it to serve inside that community, there's nothing that we can do here to make that happen. But the other thing, and this is more important because this is what I see on the other side, good Lord willing, whatever normal looks like, you've not only answered the call, you have proven everything that we've been saying for years. If people do not see the heart, the commitment, the service, the learning that you have done, in spite of all of the obstacles, they aren't paying attention. And I believe on the other side of this, the work you're doing is going to be the most important work anybody does.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. So. Melanie, anything to add to that?
I think that was great. Good job, guys.
Sorry. Soapbox.
Oh, it had to happen. It had to happen.
I mean, I guess we could say that you have a point of executive privilege there to stand on that proverbial soapbox. But as Thomas mentioned about getting other programs back on track, and a question was asked about what is our favorite part of East. I know my favorite part is seeing the new programs established, but what will you all say is your favorite part of East? Just one part. I know there's many, but just one.
Matt?
Well, April is one of my, seriously, the thing that feeds me and feels, it's getting to see the work that our students do. It's getting to talk to our students. It's seeing that spark in their eye and that fire in their heart. And that's probably been the hardest thing this year, because I have seen it, but the way that this year has come through, that's not on a continual loop. So when it does show up, it is so amazing. And then the rest of the time, I'm Matt sitting in a room somewhere getting real twitchy because you guys, you inspire me and you motivate everything that we do.
I like that aha moment, whether it's the facilitator or the student, and the facilitator that the true marks of a facilitator that's help get them there, but then also stay far enough out of the way that they have this moment. And so whether it's in phase training or student training or just working with students in tech support or anything along that line, when they finally answer their own question and they know they have arrived at that, it's just kind of that glow and that aha and that confidence that just kind of pours in them. That really kind of never leaves. I haven't experienced that an ample number of times, but that's pretty cool. And I guess honestly, it's when you see all of these parts come together that we and all of the people have helped kind of build over the years. When all these things come together, and it works like we've seen it work, but it works for the first time in somebody else, and they experience that. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool.
Okay, my favorite part of East, let's think. I love the fact that we get to help with installs and get to experience working with students at the events and things, because yes, I mean, the students are definitely the magic. But I would also say opportunities. There's a lot of opportunities in East to get better, to grow, to get stronger, to learn, both professionally and personally. And I think that's true whether you work here or if you're in an East classroom. And so I would say the opportunities that East provide is one of my favorite pieces.
And there's one more.
What's that?
OSHA. Nothing tickles Melanie more than OSHA. So just call her. Yeah.
You need some OSHA training? I'm your girl.
Awesome.
OSHA training would not be the area that I'm strong in. I often am trying not to violate the OSHA regulations. So be better than me.
One more, April?
Sure, yeah, be better than me. Don't be like me, guys. So we have, here, I'll ask this. Would you guys like a fun one or a more serious one before we get ready to wrap up with our conference memories?
Depends on who you're asking.
We could maybe do both. We'll see.
Do both. Let's try both.
Let's do both.
We'll try for both. Okay, so here we go.
We take our fun seriously.
Our serious question is, why has U.S. education not embraced East-like operations?
Matt?
No. Yes, Matt.
Honestly, I believe that they think that they have. But, and here's the but, you've got to see it and you've got to be authentic and you've got to mean it. And there's so many programs, there's so many people, there's so many other things, like I said earlier, that get in front of the work that their kids are doing, and they are afraid of what happens when you do open the gate, that the cows are going to run wild. And we have nearly 250,000 students or alums that have gone through now that prove that if you give them the opportunities, they will leapfrog. They will achieve faster, further, stronger at a younger age. We're going to be okay because these students are out there. And we're going to be okay. Education moves not just slowly, it moves glacially. And East moves very fast. So they'll catch up to us, I promise.
I think you have to trust, you have to empower, you have to hold accountable. You also have to get out of the way. Not real strong suits of bureaucracy. It's hard to do in mass, and that's one reason we don't push to grow in mass is it's hard to do that in mass quantities. And so yeah, give people the freedom to do what they need to do to make those connections and trust that they're going to do the right thing, but also hold them accountable when they don't. That's very difficult to do when you look at the size of the education that's inside the state or the nation from that perspective. Yeah. I think Melanie wants the fun one.
Yeah, what's the fun question?
That gives us just a bit more time. So our fun question, if you could pick a TV show that represented the East staff, what TV show would that be? And feel free to name or not name characters. Just putting that out there. Feel free to name. I'm giving you permission to go on a mission to name or not name characters.
We were doing so well staying out of trouble up to this point. Yes.
I don't know,
yes.
Monty Python's Flying Circus?
I know. Melanie, what do you think?
Y'all, the only thing that comes to my head is because of OSHA training. Why is this becoming an OSHA thing?
Know.
But we giggle with the fire episode in The Office. We don't do that here, I promise. That's not how we train our staff. But what about you, Jerry?
Let Man answer first. I'm curious, out of all of his Rolodex of movies and videos and songs and imagery, I'm curious to which one he settled and curious to see if anyone knows what it is.
Oh, you want the Bob Newhart Show.
The what? Bob Newhart Show.
Hi, Bob.
For you under 50, you're probably going to have to Google that.
Yeah.
So.
What do you got, Jared?
Muppets.
Oh, man, that's a good
Muppets.
Muppets maybe with an occasional visit to Sesame Street. You know,
that
we've got
Waldorf.
We've got the Waldorfs, we've got the Cookie Monsters, we've got the Snuffleupagus, we've got the Kermits, we've got the
Big Bird.
Beakers, Big Birds. Yeah, I think the Muppets would be a pretty good analogy. I won't start putting names anywhere though. But there you go. That's
so. Well, we'll take this as a twofer to wrap up because we definitely want you guys to share your favorite conference memory. But in the midst of sharing your favorite conference memory, one major part of conference is sponsors and partnerships. So if you could partner East with anyone out there in the world, who would it be? And then you can share your favorite conference memory. That way we can, just put it in the atmosphere that possibly we'll have this sponsor or partnership for the future.
Well, we've done some stuff with the people. I mean, NASA's not one thing, it's a whole bunch of things. We've done some stuff with them, but man, it would be cool to go to space.
It'd be cool to see some people in space.
Put our students in space or Oh, I see what you did there. I respect that space, that sense of exploration, and just make it happen. And I see what you did there. I know what you're saying. You better go.
I don't know that it's who we would partner with versus who we would not. We've been very cautious in that we want people that understand and that are in working with us for the right reason. And that's not always the case. That's mostly the case. But it's being sure that they kind of go along with our values and what we want to accomplish, and there's not any of that selfishness there. Most people we have worked with in the past has been very good there, but we do have to kind of proceed with at least a little question mark and a little hesitation of what is their intent. But yeah, we'll visit with anybody that maybe has an idea that we might be able to assist with in helping them, our students and our programs, helping them accomplish their mission.
We've been talking this week about how cool it'd be to partner with some organizations that could give students real life experience behind the scenes running a show like this. So we've got some ideas in place, not to name drop any companies, but wouldn't that be really fun if you got to be behind the camera and put on the production? So
Commit Cameron.
Yeah.
That's great.
I was not going to name drop.
Well, so Melanie.
Yes.
It's homecoming. We're celebrating 25 years. First East Conference was in 2000. Mm-hmm. You've been around for most of them. Yeah. Favorite memory?
Okay, I've got two, and I'm going to give them really
Fair
quick. I've had the pleasure to work with the documentation team, behind the scenes for years, and it's one of my very favorite things to do at East Conference. And I would always get a radio call from the crew, and they would say, "Hey, Melanie, you're needed in the doc team room." And so I would go there, and it would be the last day, probably about mid-morning, about 10 o'clock or so, and they would give me a preview of the final conference recap video or conference highlights video that we would show at the closing session. And the video editor would have stayed up all night long putting that together and had so much pride to be able to show me that video. And it was always amazing and would always move me to tears. So that's one of my favorites. And another one is, and I don't know when we started this, Matt, but several years into, I think when I was planning conference, the arena was the exhibit hall at the time, and we would sneak up into the top bleachers and just sit down and maybe even take our shoes off because our feet hurt so bad. And we would just watch the magic on the floor of the exhibit hall and all the students just, hanging out with each other and the buzz and the excitement. It was beautiful. And then over time, as Jessica became our director of events, and y'all, she's amazing, we brought her up with us, and so we would all have that moment. And then we started bringing the team leaders of our leadership teams up in the bleachers. And so
brought all of the staff up there, though.
We haven't until now. I don't know if everybody even knew that we did that, but
apparently not. I wondered where you went.
Jerry, you're going to get to come up next time. So those are some of my moments. Yeah. What about you, Jerry?
It's interesting. Most of the memories involve kind of in a distance and watching other people experience things. But I had something happen to me that left a mark in more ways than one a couple of years ago. I think it was 2018. It was the one when we had the rocket, and we were going to have a little fun midway through our main session, and there was going to be a leak. We were launching a rocket ship, and so there was going to be a leak on the stage, and so we needed somebody or something to come out and fix the leak. And so me throwing hand grenades and coming up with wild ideas, I said, why don't we have a minion come out and fix the leak? And the response was, fine, you do that. And so apparently Amazon does sell adult minion costumes. One size fits most.
I'm not going to ask.
And so I bought the minion. And anyway, we worked it out with some of the people backstage and all this. And it was going to be fun. And the way it was the way it was supposed to work, in the arena, there's the lower bowl, the upper bowl, and there's a sidewalk. There's a walkway that separates the two halfway up. I was going to come out in the back of the arena on that walkway and just kind of wind around as a minion, going to fix the leak on the stage. And so worked with the people backstage, and they say, okay, we're going to throw some sirens and some red lights and all, and when you see that, you're live. Your mic is going to go on, and so you take off and you go. So I'm watching, and okay, here come the lights, here come the siren. I assume my mic is on. Excuse me, pardon me. And so I began to take on this character, which was really difficult, of a minion. And just as I got moving at a rather rapid pace, because I had a long way to go, I was wearing these goggles as a minion. I caught out of the corner of my eye, lying crossways of this walkway, lying down was a body, a human body. And I saw it just in time to trip over them, not graciously, as a minion would, with a live mic. And I face planted, and going back and watching the video, apparently what came out of that minion's mouth was, "Minion down, minion down."
We heard that. So funny.
I don't remember that, but I did go back and look. And so anyway, I didn't break any bones on me anyway, and I went on about my way, and there was this thing in the back of my mind of like, what was that? So we're backstage after the show and all of that, and I had a young person come up, because when you're my age, everybody's young. It comes up and says, "I need to introduce myself." I said, "Well, I don't think we have met." He said, "Yeah, we did. I'm the guy you tripped over." I said, "Imagine me coming out and seeing somebody laying crossways." He said, "Imagine me looking up being accosted by a minion." Okay.
So funny.
So there's a couple of us out there that have a very unique memory. But that sort of thing really kind of capsulizes some of the fun that can happen and the excitement that we really try to have overall. But sometimes it gets a little more exciting than others. Mr. Dozier, what about you?
I guess I'm going to steal a page from Melanie's book. I got two. I guess also, one is with you, specifically, Miss Ridlin, because I'm not sure people really understand how much of your heart and your creativity is in the DNA of conference. I'm not sure that they really get that. But banquet night, back when we did the banquet night was like the craziest go get 'em, and you're celebrating with kids, and kids are doing, they're both terrified and excited. Nobody ever gets that they don't know that they had won. And then they were just shoved out on stage in front of thousands of people and told, "Go do it." And they did it so well. But on the back end, it meant most of the time we didn't get dinner. Occasionally I'd grab a glass of water or whatever from whatever seat that they'd put me in and down it and move to the next. And it only took a few years for Melanie to go, "Why don't we just see if they'll box us dinner?" I was like, "Great!" And so we'd finished banquet one year, and we're on that high that you get on, just the electricity and the popping and the crackling mixed with the exhaustion, and you're just so excited. And we were taking that food back, and Melanie had been given the rock star suite because the hotel liked her that much. So we're in this room that like they would put the Pope or the president or somebody in, and we're sitting at this table that it could be a UN boardroom, and we are unboxing this food, and I'm like, we're finally gonna get to eat. This is cool. And we didn't have any silverware. Okay, fine. I'm hungry, I'm tired. We're still on that buzz of this is awesome, and we're gonna just celebrate and live in that moment. And we opened it up, and it was fettuccine Alfredo at room temperature. And I can remember looking up as I'm eating this thing with my hands, looking up at Melanie, and she is too, and it's not pretty. And I said, "This is the most fun I have had in years." And it was just so awesome to be there in that moment. Last one, I guess it is akin to your put the stage in the round. For a long time, conference just ended. Everybody went home. Bye. We decided we needed to put an exclamation point on that, so we're going to set up a stage in that exhibit hall. Nothing fancy, just set up a stage, give us a mic, let's see what happens, and we're going to do some stuff. And I can remember I'd run back to change, and we didn't know, is this going to work? Are people going to, they're so tired on that last day. And I come around the corner after having changed. I'm running late. I know that shocks you. I was running late, and I come around the corner, and Lindsay Ball is running from edge to edge of that stage. Everybody's up in the bowl, thousands of people. This is my East. This is my East. Thousands of people. It was like being at a rock concert, and I thought, it's done. I can just sit down. And it was
beautiful.
When you watch our students grow into that thing that they can become, and you see everybody responding, and you know that we are this massive force for good in the world, it's everything you could want.
Cool.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
That was a good one.
So 25 years. Matt, final words before we get kicked off the stage?
Terpsichorean? We are blessed to have done this. Yeah. We are blessed to have had the opportunity to do this. We are blessed to be able to work with our schools and to see these incredible students do the things that they do and go on to do the things that they do. Personally, I've been on a heck of a ride with some of the best people on the planet. And I jealously guard the fact that not everybody knows you guys like I do. But this staff, this team, and the team over the years, best thing that could ever happen to anybody.
Yeah, and we're taken care of by a few thousand others as well. And that's one of the joys, I think, of working here is knowing that the work that we're simply creating the foundation almost back to that safety net. And you folks are having more fun and doing more work and solving more problems than I can ever possibly create. So yeah, thank you for giving us an opportunity to come in your living room or your closet or wherever it might be and share some of our fun stories.
Do you have a word?
Oh, yeah.
I love you guys. How's that?
No. Maybe bye.
Thanks so much.
Bye.
Appreciate it. Callie, take us home.
Bye.
Thank you so much.
Thanks for joining us for the session, Our East, Perspectives of East Staff, and thank you to the East staff for giving their perspectives. This session was recorded, so you can go back and view it on our Facebook and YouTube. So Conrad, that's a wrap for the main stage for day 2 of conference.
That's right, Callie, and what a great day it was. We want to thank everyone for joining us, and we hope you're able to log in tomorrow starting at 10 with myself and alumni host Priscilla.
Have a great last day at EastCon 21.
Bye, everyone.